Gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Welcome to the Global Black Economic Forum. Please welcome your host, political commentator, social impact leader, and author, Alencia Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. I'm the daughter of a pastor, so I like a little call and response. How y'all doing? I know it's hot, but how y'all doing? Y'all look good. We made it here. We're in a beautiful space. I'm honored to be back here as your host again for the third, give it up, the third Global Black Economic Forum's Access and Economic Opportunity Summit. Listen, at this moment, politically and culturally, the work of this organization and this convening is more important than ever. Every year, we bring together business leaders, philanthropists, culture creators, policy leaders, venture capitalists, and more to address some of the most pressing needs of the Black diaspora. When we first convened in 2023, we came right as the US Supreme Court dismantled affirmative action. A year after, the Dobbs decision overturned abortion access in this country. And then the following year, last year, we gathered amid kind of a chaotic presidential election, watching that same court set the stage for unprecedented and unchecked executive power. And now in 2025, we are living in the consequences of that. These are deeply precarious times. Immigrants are being disappeared, and a cruel, right now literally, a cruel, evil, sinister bill is being voted on in Congress. That would strip away health care for nearly 17 million people. And we know that for Black Americans, that would be devastating and disproportionately impact us. I know times may seem dark, but I want to pause there and thank our Congressional Black Caucus members and encourage them with our round of applause. For holding the line and reminding us of what's at stake. And shout out to another live stream, The State of the People, that has been going, that's right, that's been going for more than 65 hours to talk to our community about what's happening and also prepare us for action. And so as we talk about the future of health today, let us remind ourselves that gutting the healthcare system isn't just about insurance. This will close hospitals and care providers all over the country. And we know that we can't build our wealth without our health. The future of our workforce is threatened. Women's rights are being rolled back. The US has become a militarized state. And abroad, the ripple effects have been felt. From our relationships with the nations of our brothers and sisters, the disrespect to our Black global leadership, our autonomy and our brilliance, to rolling back the progress that we've started to make together, there is clearly so much work to do, especially as we know that the threat to global democracy impacts our economic opportunity, equity, and it impacts our future. And for Black people across the diaspora, our ability to build wealth, access care, and live safely is directly tied to the state of democracy, policy, and power. So I recently wrote a best-selling book. Flip the Tables, the Everyday Disruptor's Guide to Finding Courage and Making Change to actually help us navigate through these moments. Navigating ourselves, navigating our vision, and navigating our communities. It addresses how we continue to show up authentically and courageously in our excellence, disrupting the status quo in small, yet courageous and impactful ways. It reminds us that each of us has a role to play and that no role is too small. And the reality is, if millions of us take daily courageous acts of courage to impact the world around us, we don't have to sit back and wait for one leader on a pedestal with the platform. We are the leaders that we have been waiting for. And that's why we're here, to figure out the action that we need to take, to move the work forward together. So this year's summit will tackle what's at stake and what's possible across some of the most critical areas: the future of work, wealth, health, and democracy. Each of you is here for a reason. because of your influence across healthcare, business, tech, culture, advocacy, and innovation. You are the disruptors and the change makers and the builders. And our challenge today isn't just to name the problems, it's to spark real, measurable, collaborative solutions that reach beyond this room and into the world. So today, we are also streaming outside of these four walls on gbef.com, essence.com, and the Global Black Economic Forum's LinkedIn and YouTube pages. So take out your phones and text and email everybody back home. And I know it's a holiday, but we got work to do. In short, we are everywhere because we need everybody. All right, and so before I get started, I gotta do a little housekeeping. And I gotta thank our partners and our sponsors who made today and this weekend happen. This list is exhaustive, so I know these are some of your companies, but if we can hold our applause until the very end, I would greatly appreciate it. So we have Entergy, L'Oreal, Service Employees International Union, known as SEIU, the Xavier Ochsner College of Medicine, Gilead Sciences, Sister Song, Pfizer, Merck, Onyx Impact, Healthy Blue Louisiana, Vituity, Biogen, the National Minority Equality Forum, the Congressional Black Caucus PAC, Habitat for Humanity, the College Board, Delaware State at HBCU, Wells Fargo, Kidvestors, JP Morgan Health, American Psychiatric Association Foundation, the Global Black Economic Forum Academy for Advancing Excellence, New Orleans and Company, Kept Health, Illustrate Change, powered by the Association of Medical Illustrators, 15 White Coats, Quintess, and Omidyar. You can give it up now. Y'all listen, that's great. Also, I'd like to shout out our media partners, Essence, of course, National Grounds, the NOLA Collective, Native Land Pod, and US News and World Report. And of course, a special thank you to our event and creative producers, MVD Inc., for bringing today's vision to life. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Kat Graham, who is a UN ambassador, recording artist, and producer. Give it up for Kat.
How y'all doing? Oh, come on. This is the beginning of the Essence Festival. How y'all doing? Came all the way from Atlanta, y'all. It's not that far. Yay! Wow. So, such a city to bring us together, right? I mean, the energy here is so real. You feel it in the streets. You know, New Orleans doesn't perform resilience. It lives it. The city knows how to honor its roots while still pushing forward, and that's exactly the spirit of this moment. So it is really an honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Global Black Economic Forum. This isn't just a conference, though. Am I right? It's a call to action. It's a reminder that Black and marginalized communities can't be sidelines in conversations about wealth, growth, or innovation. We're not a trend. We are the future. We're here to talk strategy, real solutions, lasting power, generational change, and we are all here to do it together. I want to take a moment to introduce someone who's not just behind this vision, he is this vision. Someone who has led with fire and purpose long before anyone was watching. Someone who isn't just a global leader. He's family. Alfonso David. Alfonso is my cousin. No, not my real cousin, y'all. And we've all watched him fight for what's right for decades. In courtrooms, behind policy doors, and out in the open when it mattered most. He's gone head to head with institutions that weren't built for us and refused to back down. His work spans civil rights law, government leadership, and advocacy at the highest levels. And through it all, he stayed grounded in the belief that justice isn't just one thing, it is everything. Racial justice, economic justice, gender equity, queer liberation. It's all connected. If one thread moves, the whole thing shifts. You know, when Alfonso founded the Global Black Economic Forum, it wasn't to make noise, it was to build infrastructure, to create a space where power could be moved, grown, and shared, where leaders from every sector could come together and actually make change happen. This work isn't theoretical, it's personal. It matters to the young girl in Ghana dreaming of her first business, or to the Black entrepreneur in Atlanta or New Orleans, who just needs one yes, to the refugee child that I met in South Sudan who still believes in possibility even after losing everything. Bear with me, these cards are big and bold, y'all. So in my role with the United Nations Refugee Agency, I've seen what happens firsthand when people are locked out of opportunity. But I've also seen what's possible when someone bets on them. Changes everything. And that's what this forum is about. It's about building with each other, backing each other, creating a global network that doesn't ask for space, it owns it. We are not waiting for permission. We are building our own tables on our own terms. Am I right? Alfonso is proof of what's possible when vision meets work, when strategy meets soul, when someone chooses to challenge the way things have always been done and does it with clarity, strength, and purpose. So today, I'm asking y'all to lean all the way in, learn something, meet someone, use whatever platform you have, your voice, your company, your influence, to move something forward. Because no one is coming to save us. Because no one is coming to save us. We are the strategy. Do you understand? And with that, I know it's my cousin, so y'all gonna get to your feet now. It is my absolute honor to introduce the founder and CEO of the Global Black Economic Forum, a force, a thinker, a fighter, and my cousin. Please stand to your feet and welcome founder Alfonso David.
Thank you, Kat.
You're welcome.
I should have asked her for a copy of those remarks before. So thank you all for being here today. I am the president and the CEO of the Global Black Economic Forum. But before we begin, I do want to acknowledge Richelieu Dennis, who I have worked with for my entire life, but specifically since I've been at the Global Black Economic Forum. It was an idea that he had years ago about the importance of making sure that we create spaces for marginalized communities to create solutions that affect us directly. And that idea is now what is the Global Black Economic Forum. So a shout out to Richelieu Dennis. And I also want to thank you all for showing up. Showing up is not just simply being here and sitting in a seat. When you decide to attend the Global Black Economic Forum, you decide to engage in action. And I say to folks all the time, be afraid of fear, but be terrified of regret. And at this moment, both here in the United States and globally, we have to decide to take action. We have to decide to exercise our values. We can have our values and define them, but if we don't lean into our values, we may end up finding ourselves in a position where we lose them. And we cannot acquiesce. The Global Black Economic Forum is nonpartisan. We're not assigning labels to what we do. But what we do assign a label to is equality and equity for all. And we have to recognize that here in the US and globally, unfortunately, people of color and Black people are often marginalized, and they face obstacle after obstacle in every industry, in every segment of society. So our job is to figure out, what are the new solutions? How do we redefine equity in a way that's actually achievable and sustainable? Because as you've heard from Alencia, as you've heard from Kat, there is a large amount of regression we are confronting. And so we're not going to just sit back and see that happening. We're going to reimagine what the future looks like. The future of work, the future of wealth, the future of democracy, and the future of health. And we have done this work now for several years, and we don't do it alone. We have partners who we work with. And I'm going to now introduce 4 fantastic, incredible, smart, deliberate, strategic women who we have had the pleasure and the privilege to work with and continue to work with to think about, how do we materialize and realize the vision of the future of work, wealth, health, and democracy. So with that, I would like to first introduce Ty Boye Robinson, who is the president and CEO of CAP EQ. And she's also a board member of Freedom Economy. Next, Micheline Davis, who's the president and CEO of National Medical Fellowships. Next, Dr. Aletha Maybank, who's the president of, she has a fan club, of Novella. And finally, last but not least, Aaliyah Hawk, who's the Chief Operating Officer of GBEV's Academy for Advancing Excellence. Thank you all for joining us. As we do every year, we start the conversation with where we've been and where we're going. And so I want to start with you, Ty. We've had an opportunity to work together now for more than almost 2 years. Thinking about how do we address this challenge that we face, specifically here in the US, but is creeping outside of it, of defining and reimagining equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we have worked in philanthropic spaces, we have worked in corporate spaces, we have worked in government spaces, and what we're seeing, not only in the newspapers, but also in the court of public opinion sometimes, is that diversity, equity, and inclusion is dead. And can you just talk a little bit about the work that we've done so people can understand what it takes to sort of toe the line and hold the line and make sure that we are addressing misinformation and disinformation as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I don't know if we've given enough love to Alphonso David for how much leadership he has, and we have been so pleased to be able to partner with you and have a front row seat of your vision and your leadership. You know, at CAP EQ, we work with 1,000 organizations over our close to 15-year period. If you think on just the investors alone, they've managed $3 trillion of assets under management and across multiple asset classes. And I share that because we have a privilege of being able to see what's happening across industries, across sectors. And one of the first things I want to compel everybody to do is to stop saying backlash. Because backlash is about a groundswell of people where enough is enough and this isn't working for them. These attacks are by a well-resourced group of people peddling propaganda. And I want you to know that diversity, equity, inclusion is not dead. I know firsthand because I see it in our partners. In fact, let's break it down by 3 ways. First, let's think about consumers. In my second book, The Social Impact Advantage, I shared how consumers are shifting to millennials who are more diverse and who also vote their pocketbooks by their values. you know, some of the people out there are really having an FAFO moment. Look it up if you don't know. Because if you look at Costco, who stood by its values, it had an increase by 7.7 million in foot traffic. But you look at Target, who was like, psych, we kind of like diversity. They have a 5.5 million decrease in foot traffic. So diversity, equity, inclusion is right for consumers. Well, what about investors? Investors are where all the money is, right? If you look at the shareholder proposals that were anti-DEI, they were an overwhelming trouncing. I want to say a mollywallop. Not one anti-DEI proposal made it across the finish line. In fact, they were overwhelmingly rejected by 98%. Overwhelmingly. So investors are about diversity, equity, inclusion. What about employees? When you see people like the CEO of Marriott, who was struggling with whether or not he should say, we stand for diversity, equity, inclusion, he stood firm and said, got 40,000 emails from his employees. That means employees care about it. So when you look at those results, that is not just for these limited cases. In fact, recently there's been a report and a survey. There were 750 business leaders surveyed. And you want to know what? They're having some remorse, y'all. 2/3 of them said, we are having negative impacts from rolling back diversity, equity, inclusion. We are having low employee morale. We're having a hard time recruiting. People are boycotting us. And we're having all of these challenges. 1 in 7 say, maybe it was a mistake to roll back DEI. So if you look at the data, you look at the numbers, you look at the people, the results are in and DEI wins.
So, Ty just referenced something that I think I want to make sure doesn't get lost. 100% of shareholder proposals, anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion, shareholder proposals have failed. 100%. So that tells you that at every single large company, their shareholders are rejecting proposals that are looking to remove, eliminate, reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact. And that's incredibly important because that narrative is not being advanced in a way that it should. I want to shift to Micheline. When we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, of course, we have to look at different industries. We look at medical professions specifically. We entered into a partnership last year because when we met, I was blown away when you told me the stats about doctors. And I want you to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing, why it's important, and why the folks in this room should care, right? Because you are working on making sure that our medical schools are diverse. And the folks in the room may not understand why that is relevant to their lives. So I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Alfonso. I literally completely echo my fellow panelists in acknowledging you for just your intentionality in this space and in every space where we are. So thank you for that. What I will tell you is the fact that we ushered in a discussion and a partnership around information pertaining to the physician shortage. And what's interesting about that is that most people don't think about the physician shortage at all. They don't think about the fact that the AAMC has forecast the fact that by 2036, this country is expected to be 186,000 short of physicians. What is interesting about that is that that estimate is woefully low. That estimate is woefully low as a result of the fact that it was based on a scenario that included immigrant physicians coming into this country. And for those of you who happen to know anything about that, you also know about the pause on the J-1 visa. And the fact that on July 1st, the 6,000 physicians that were expected to come into the country and begin to work in our hospitals and health systems and community clinics, et cetera, that they did not show up. So that number has already been exacerbated by the reality of the pause on J-1 visas, but it gets better than that. And it gets better than that because of where we are right now. And because right now there is a measure that is being considered, even as we speak, that would do more to exacerbate this incredible shortage. And if you tie that together with what we've already seen as a result of the SCOTUS decision on affirmative action, we've already seen a double-digit drop in the first year alone. Not a small decrease in the applicants of Black and Latino candidates, but quite frankly, right, by 10.2 and 11.8%. This is not a drop-off, this is a cliff-off. right? So if we take a look at that and then we compare it to what is already being talked about in the bill, we know that the cap that was in the House version, $150,000 per year for a federal loan, has now been increased to just $200,000, which you think, right, might be doable until you realize how very expensive a medical education is. And that for those that come from communities that have been historically made vulnerable, what we know for a fact is that when you come from communities where the household income varies between $35,000 to $45,000, that you are graduating up out of medical school with not $200,000 in debt, you're graduating upwards of $400,000 to $600,000 in debt. And so why would we be in this conversation? We would be in this conversation because I am from National Medical Fellowships, an organization that for the last 79 years has literally ensured the advancement of health equity by making certain that there are folks from these communities who are actually in medical school who make it through medical school, and our scholars are the best and the brightest. Dr. Maybank is a perfect example of that, right? So we began this conversation because oftentimes people don't think about a physician shortage, but I'll tell you this, when you go into your physician's office and you have to wait and you're slightly annoyed so you're on your phone, why do you think you're waiting? When you call to get your child in to see that allergy specialist, right? And you're upset because he told you a date that is 2026. When you're concerned about your mother, like I am, who has advanced Alzheimer's and needs a ton of specialists in order to make certain that she is healthy and well, and I called in February and they told me October 28th. When I called my primary for my annual, and they say, we'll see you February the 12th of 2026. So why is it important and relevant to this particular community? Because of what you all know. Because you know that when everyone else catches a cold, we already have the flu, right? Listen, COVID was the world's pandemic, but we had already had one. We had seen it as a result of the fact that so many offices, because folks oftentimes do not think about the fact that the neighborhood physician's practice is an entrepreneurship venture too. And so when we skip them, we skip the health and well-being of our community by and large when they have to be acquired by some large entity and be relocated to a community that is outside of ours, right? So it is important that you pay attention to this, because even if you are a young invincible, my love, you are going to need health care. Because the numbers of black physicians is still only 5.1%. Yeah, exactly that part. And what we're seeing is every measure in order to get that number to go down. And so, listen, all we do is make certain that everybody, no matter where they come from, has an opportunity to fulfill the dream of going back and returning to their communities and making certain that everybody has a chance to grow up healthy and strong.
I didn't know we were going to church this morning.
Wow.
Yeah, Kat started, and then, okay, I know where we are. Aaliyah, I want to turn to you for a minute. I have the privilege of working with you every single day, and your vision and your brilliance and your tenacity, just to constantly look at a problem through different lenses is impressive. What I would like for you to just communicate to this group is where we are in this country on leadership development. Because you focus on leadership development. You look at CEOs, you look at the C-suite, you look at an entire workforce to think about how do you level up? How do you think about getting to that next place? And in this current political and cultural moment that we find ourselves, what does the future look like for leadership development?
Thank you for that, Alfonso, and really excited to be here today. As I was preparing, I was like, this time of year is kind of like Christmas, so really wonderful to see all these beautiful faces. As Alfonso mentioned, we work together every day, and I run the leadership development part of the Global Black Economic Forum. And we're seeing so many different aspects of leadership development come online and some kind of back away a little bit, or people are a little less interested in some things. I will say that something I'm noticing from a global perspective is we have a lot of people who want to be in power, but very few people who want to lead. And we need people who are willing to step up and lead, okay? I find that when I talk to, we work with Fortune 500 companies really legitimately across the globe. And what I notice is that women tend to be more willing to lean into leadership than men do. No shade at all. It's just the empirical, just a little bit of data, and there's some some articles and some other data to prove that. But we need people to step up and to lead. We're noticing that leaders also need to be more well-versed in geopolitical issues, because we truly do see how we are connected from a global perspective. So it's important that leaders are, mindful of the, dozens of conflicts that are going on throughout the world, that they understand that when a natural disaster happens in another part of the world, how that could impact their supply chain, et cetera, et cetera. We're also noticing that some people are afraid of AI. And what we don't pay attention to is that AI has been a part of what we do for decades. So if you are not utilizing AI as a leader to help level up your leadership, even if it's to help you write performance reviews, if it's to think about how you talk about yourself with your value proposition, et cetera, it's important that we are embracing AI however we can. It's a wonderful way to shortcut different aspects of what you do, but it's very, very important that we're embracing technology, because it will leave us behind if we're not embracing it. Something else that's very important is to really pay attention to neurodiversity in your organizations, in your enterprises. We have people who are entering the workplace who may not be people, because if you think about some of the people who are entering the workplace, they may have been graduating from college during COVID. They could have had their first work experience during COVID, and they may not have had those kind of typical office interactions that some of us are used to. So we've got to pay attention to that as well. And something else that's very important for leaders and leadership development initiatives to pay attention to are the multiple generations in the workplace. It is incredible. We have a very diverse team. We have people from all generations working with us, and it is amazing how important it is that we have to check in and say, okay, and I'm going to mess with Alfonso for a minute. Technology. He's like, he'll be on a call and say, I don't know how to do that. So we are working to bring everyone along in this brilliance. He is brilliant. Let me be very clear. Be very clear. But it's important because, and just a quick little behind the curtains as well, when he embraces technology, he's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So for all of us who may not be embracing technology, there's benefit on the other side. So those are 4 quick bullets of what leaders really need to be doing right now. And I want to just jump on diversity, equity, and inclusion, because 2 years ago, I was on a panel that talked about putting the E in ESG, and how, putting the S in ESG, and how important it was to look at diversity, because so many people were trying to tuck it under corporate social responsibility. And what we said on that panel was that some people are predicting that in 18 months it could be gone, and here we are. And what I think is so important is that diversity, equity, and inclusion in the iteration that we're kind of familiar with, or that's been popularized, was really a bolt-on. And what's so dangerous about bolting something on is when you bolt it on, you can easily bolt it off. And that's what we've seen. So when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not a nice to have, it has to be how you do business. It has to be interwoven into your business practices, into how you source your suppliers, into how you hire, how you think about your consumers, because it helps to drive business. It is a business imperative. I'm a leadership development person for 20 years, and I love this work because I know that it feels good. But I also love this work because I know how it can impact business. And that's what we have to have the conversation about. We have to point diversity, equity, inclusion towards the business benefits. And I think Ty did such an amazing job of really going through those 3 bullets, because it is absolutely critical that we think about diversity, equity, inclusion, and how can it drive better business results.
Thank you, Aaliyah. So this is our introductory panel. You'll hear from folks today on artificial intelligence, about the future of health. You'll hear from the governor of Illinois. You'll hear from 2 ambassadors who are come in from Tanzania and from Kenya. We will be unpacking what the future looks like on everything from artificial intelligence to venture capitalism. But one of the areas that we have been focused on, and I know that we don't have that much time, but I'm going to give you some time to really outline this, is the future of health. And when we met, we started talking and the light bulb went off. This idea that our health is connected to everything else. If you're not healthy, you can't really work. If you're not really healthy, you can't really think about generational wealth. And you certainly can't think about civic engagement. So the importance of centering so much of our work through the lens of health is how we have now partnered for almost a year. And thinking about how do we bring this future of work, wealth, democracy alive through the lens of the future of health. I want you to talk a little bit about what that means for you personally and what it means for so many of the folks in this room, because we have a lot of health professionals who are here, who do this work day in and day out, and what the vision is for the future of health.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso, and thank you on several levels. So Aletha Maybank, I'm a physician by training. I don't practice much at all anymore, really. But I'm also a recovering equity officer, is what I say at this point in time. I worked in institutions my entire career, doing startups, launching centers within the context of institutions to advance equity within the institution. So DEI is one part of it, the workforce piece of it, but most of you, or many of you who are in health, no, that's just one piece of it, right? The ability to work towards achieving health equity is a whole nother body of work. And so that's where I've built my space. I resigned from my institution that I was at previously. I was exhausted. I was tired, as many, several of you folks I know are in this room as well, leading this work for so long, to the point where it was impacting my own personal health. And I didn't feel I was at the point of being able to survive, truthfully, at some points. And what I realized as I stepped out of the institution, I had this sense as I was starting to leave, is this context of, well, if our institutions aren't providing it in the way that we need to, we're not able as leaders to organize, to deliver strategy in the ways that we were hired to do, then what do we do? And it's not anything new, right? This is what we've always done, and it's what has already been mentioned, kind of the forest with us by us. And so in my context, I felt it was really important because of the relationship that we developed for me to work in a space. Now, you're an institution per se, but it's a cultural institution at one point, right? It's a think tank at another level. And then you have this intersection of health, work, democracy, and wealth, which is very unique, right? And from my perspective as a person who's been in public health, I'm a health in all policies believer. Every single policy that is passed and delivered has health impacts. And we can actually measure it, but we're not a society that even knows that, understands that, or values that. And so being able to kind of build and launch some context to that at the beginning point is very attractive and I think very needed at this time. The narrative of health within our society is very narrow. What are the aspects of, the doctor shows that you see on TV? They're always in ERs, never anything else. That's how we experience health. But we're in this current backdrop. And it's very clear that we need to operate outside of our silos that we typically do, even within the health ecosystem. And we need to be able to plan and build together in greater solidarity. And I feel these environments that are Black-rooted, historically Black, allow us to do that better, and that's the hope and the vision for it. So we've brought many health leaders from all across the country, even the world, to be here for this weekend. We have health embedded in many conversations throughout the weekend, and we also have experiences so that our attendees can kind of touch health a little bit differently as they are thinking about it, imagining about health within themselves and as well as for their communities. So this is the start. I thank you. I really do thank you for being courageous enough, trusting enough that we don't know each other that well, but we know each other well enough, we've heard of each other well enough, to know that we could build something that I think is going to be extremely meaningful for a long time to come.
Thank you. So as we come to a close, I'm going to ask for a lightning round. You have leaders that are watching this all over the world. Folks are watching it on YouTube. Folks are watching it on LinkedIn, on Essence.com, on GBEF.com. Last year, we had more than 4 million people watch our content. As leaders are thinking about what you all have said, when they make decisions every single day, what do you want to leave them with? What is the message to them in this room and to the folks that are watching that you believe is key and essential to how we reimagine our current environment and how we imagine a future that is inclusive? I think Ty is ready to go. So Ty, we're going to start with you. Go to Miss Shalene, Aletha, and Aaliyah, and then we'll take a picture and we'll skadoodle off stage.
Absolutely. So I think it's really disheartening that the data is not keeping up with the narrative. So one of the things that's really critical is for people to step back and see these attacks, people are thinking about them as partisan. You don't have to be partisan to be principled. So if you pull back and you just ignore the noise about DEI attacks, this is actually an attack on free enterprise. Your right to invest the way that you want to, your right to run a business within the law. And so what I'm encouraging everybody to do is to reclaim our freedoms. We've launched a campaign called the Freedom To campaign. I have the freedom to lead with values. I have the freedom to invest in Black communities. And I want everyone to start with reclaiming that narrative and sharing your stories by going to bit.ly/thefreedom2. This is just one step in reminding ourselves that we have the power, the influence, the numbers, and now we just need to back it up with the voice and the strength of leadership.
Shalene.
So I would say this. I would look to the leader in order to ensure that they understood this reality. That yes, it is true. We are all we have. The good news is that we are all we need. Amen. If we are conscientious about doing things together in the exact way in which, quite frankly, a culture has actually tried to teach us to be the opposite about. When we remember the fact that actually our cultural background is one of community. When we acknowledge the fact that we can get in front of this physician shortage if in fact we bond together, if in fact we realize that the attack that's right now on business is an investment, it's also on the nonprofit community. And if we decide that I'm going to be the answer to that partnership, I would say to them to please understand that we need each other right now. That the time for I'll think about it is long gone, right? That ship has sailed. And as a result of that, in order to make certain that we are all paddling in the right direction, I'm going to need for them to acknowledge that they have to come to the forefront and take up arms outside of just their particular industry to partner with those that are lifting the communities, getting ahead of the issues, and deciding that I'm going to be an element of that solution. We are all we have, but I promise you we are all we need.
Exactly. Do you want?
No, right after the clergy, certainly.
Yeah, okay, I know, right. Right. This is for, I'm going to speak specifically very much to health leaders, but it's building on that context that we are enough. I think many of us go through our spaces and think we're not enough, we're not doing enough, we're running. And I want us to know and lead and teach the others that are with us in terms of a leadership development point that they are enough too. And so that when we want to step out and we want to build, we have everything that we need in order to build what we want to build. And I think also to that context is to also push our own selves to venture and to partner with entities that you wouldn't typically partner with. And I'm a very big person on culture, whether it's arts, whether it's communication, whatever it is, because that's where people are. And that's where people pay attention to. And so we need to build that savviness, those relationships with culture, art, all these places so that we can actually impart our messages there, because we have so many gaps right now, so many gaps. And we need to go where people are, and we need to help build that space.
Aaliyah.
So our job as leaders, as I see it, is to bring out the best in people, period. That's your job as a leader. I think it's really important when we have the opportunity to sponsor someone that we do that that we don't just look at the next generation and say, ooh, why are they looking like that? Why does their hair look like that? Why didn't they do blah, blah, blah like XYZ? Because they don't know. Statistically, Black folks are under-sponsored and over-mentored. We have got to help people. We have to help the next generation rise, and we have got to bring out the best in our teams.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. First, for partnering with us, continuing to partner with us. And what I want to say is they exemplify what I hope we can continue to expand. For the folks who are watching, for the folks in the room, if you haven't partnered with us, there are a variety of ways to do it. And we want to encourage you to do so because, as Aletha and I have talked about many times, the pie is much larger than you can actually see. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
How we doing? We got some good nuggets. Are y'all still here? Y'all still with me? I know it's a family reunion. We want to see everybody, but we got work to do. All right? All right, so thank you, Alfonso, Ty, Micheline, Aletha, and Aaliyah for such an amazing conversation to start our day and giving us a lot of action steps. Next, we're going to talk about something that I know we've heard a lot about and we are all using, whether we know it or not. We're going to talk about AI and making AI work for you. Opportunity, ethics, and impact. Moderated by Chike Agu, Senior Advisor at Accenture and Senior Advisor for the Project on Workforce at Harvard, who will be joined by Imamu Tomlinson, CEO of Vituity, and Dr. Safia Noble, another author of Algorithms of Oppression and professor at UCLA. Please give it up for our next panel.
Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you had fun so far? So first of all, my name is Chike Agu. I serve at Accenture and a Project on Workforce at Harvard as a senior advisor, and really excited for this conversation today. And this conversation could be twice or three times the length that we have, but we're going to try and do a lot quickly. And you heard what this conversation is about. It is about artificial intelligence. And why are we having this conversation? We are having this conversation because this is a technology, if we think about the internet, if we think about social media, this is a technology that will be as or likely multiple-fold more impactful. And if we think about the time that we are in this artificial intelligence revolution, it feels like it's been forever. I want to put it in context. If I had to analogize what time we're in, if you relate it to the internet, this is like 1996 related to the internet. If we're talking about social media, this is like 2006. We are in the very, very early stages. And like Van Jones said in a conversation I watched about a year ago, he said this is the ultimate equity moment for artificial intelligence. Why? Because the same amount of white people, 96%, and the same amount of black people, 96%, know the exact same amount about AI, which is 0. We laugh, but that's actually an opportunity. And so the conversation that we want to have today is how do we capture the promise and mitigate the peril? Because both are real. And this is the conversation that I wish we had had when the internet was first dawning, when social media was first dawning, and a ton of other technologies. And by the way, there are many more technologies as powerful to come. So to have this conversation, I'm joined by two amazing people who are much smarter than I am. We have, to my right, Emmanuel Tomlinson, who is the CEO of Vituity. To my left, we have Dr. Sophia Nobles from UCLA with a title that is far too long for me to say, that would take the rest of the panel to say, but we have the two right people to talk about the promise and the peril and how we mitigate them both. And so I'm gonna start as an optimist because at times I think we need that sometimes. So, Mr. Tomlinson, I want you to talk about artificial intelligence in two ways. One, from a macro level, talk about the opportunities that you see for, frankly, for business leaders like are in this room to do a lot with a little, which our community has done for a very long time. But artificial intelligence allows that on a scale that we've never seen. Talk about what that looks like at a macro level, and then talk about how that has appeared in your business. And please tell us more about Vituity, which is a company that if you don't know about, you should.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. So just to give you a little background, so I'm an ER doc by training. Yeah, somebody out there. And again, I know the clock's ticking, but I think this is important to the message that I'm going to give. So I'm of Jamaican descent, born in Toronto, lived everywhere in the United States, and now live in Dallas. So with that, I'm the CEO of Vituity. It's a healthcare partnership. Basically, we provide healthcare services in about 27 states. Last year, we took care of 12 million patients. I'm also the president of Vituity Cares, an organization founded through Vituity to take care of patients without the bureaucracy of healthcare. So last year, we provided about $8 million worth of care for free. And so really, at the throes of caring for people, but also caring for people without the bureaucracy in healthcare. Now, AI is very interesting. You say, I'm an optimist. I believe that this is that moment where nobody really knows. But some people know, and I think that we have the resources, intelligence, and the sort of the ability to do things, and I think that's an opportunity for us to build on our own. I think that it's great for us to be critical of what's going on in AI, but I think we really need to get together and build those AI systems for our own. We are using some AI in the care for patients. We're using it in one respect as a healthcare navigation tool. So when people get discharged from the hospital, we have a AI, both people and AI power to make sure they get their follow-up, get to the right place to get their follow-up to provide better care. And then we also have an AI automated documentation system that also creates differential diagnosis for patients and make sure they get the best care with the right documentation for them.
So go a little further. If you were talking to someone, imagine you when you were first starting Vituity, and I imagine you did a lot of stuff yourself. Usually when I meet people who are starting businesses, the CEO is the CFO, the COO, they sweep the floors, they take out the trash, they do all that. Talk about how AI could have made that different and better back when you were first starting Vituity. How could have hopefully you gotten a little more sleep, maybe not spend as much money as initially to kind of get going.
Yeah, you talk about back in the day. I think that was yesterday. Took out the trash. I'm one of those. I'm a pace setter by leadership style, so I do all that. I think where it makes AI's. We had this debate with my CFO a couple of days ago. AI really is about, for us, at least in healthcare, about automation. There's recurrent things that come up that need vast amounts of data looked through and figured out and find out what the right thing is in that data. I think that's where predominantly where we use it. And to your point, back in the day, if we had those things, it would make my life easier. But I will say that I don't think that AI can ever replace creativity. AI is about logic and boxes. Yeah, somebody's clapping. I got one clap, by the way. But AI is about logic and boxes, and human nature is about breaking boxes and just doing things completely ridiculous. And so creativity is born out of that. Black people have been born out of that. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to build AI in a way that isn't so algorithmic and so logical.
So, Dr. Nobles, and let me kind of preface the first question. The way I talk about AI is that when you use one of these tools, you basically have the summation of all human wisdom and all human stupidity in one place. That is an AI engine. And that's the way I think about it. So you just heard from Mr. Tomlinson, about, hey, here's how we can use this wisdom to help a business. But there's the flip side. All of human stupidity, all of human bias, all the things that humans do done wrong, but at scale in an AI engine. And so let me use one example. We actually did this last week at Accenture with a client. If you were to put up Copilot, ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, and ask it all the same question, pick a number between 1 and 50. If I did that in this room right now, I would get, with 10 people, probably 5 to 10 different answers. If you do that with those 4 different tools, but by 4 different companies, you get one number, 27. Why? I don't know. But I pointed out as that is a way that very, very smart thing, if you look at the GPT 4.0, 8 billion parameters, meaning 8 billion different rules inside of it, it is systemically wrong like that. Take that a step further with something, frankly, not so benign, which is you had a tool that you had a company that used AI to try and find, hey, tell me the characteristics of someone who will be successful at my company. They did that, and then they tried to use that when they were picking applicants. They only picked men. Why? Because the company really didn't have any women. Therefore, the data from which the tool can answer the question was men. Therefore, it made the assumption that, frankly, only men are successful here, which is not logically true. So I say that to say these tools can also be systemically wrong in ways that are impactful. Impactful in a moral way, but also impactful from a business sense. So throwing this to you, I would love to hear you talk about that. How do we mitigate against that peril? Talk more about what that peril looks like in real time, but then also, frankly, these tools are out in the wild. So how do we, these people who are leading enterprises, mitigate those on the micro level and also help to advocate to mitigate those on the macro level?
You said a lot of things that we could spend a lot of time unpacking. I think the first thing I want to say is that even with everything that I'm about to say, I am also an optimist, and that the people who've been leading the charge globally, but especially in this country, about the potential downfalls, the harms, the discrimination embedded in a variety of technologies, including AI, have been Black women and have been women of color in this country. So it's very, very important that we understand that part of the reason we see that and we understand that is because we are very close to the discriminatory effects, and our communities are. And so we have been the watchdogs on these technologies and on these companies. And to me, nothing could be more optimistic and generous and loving than trying to protect our civil and human rights from the encroachments. Having said that, I think it's important we understand, first of all, when we talk about AI, we could be talking about anything. We really have to disambiguate this term and be very specific about what we're talking about when we talk about AI. I think most people, to your example, I mean, you gave 2 very different examples. You talked about large language models, and then you talked about a resume screening tool. Those are 2 very different kinds of AI, and generally the public doesn't understand that. And of course, your type of medical diagnostic and documentation work is also a totally different kind of AI. So let's talk about how to think about AI. And I think part of it is thinking about the way in which you are going to adopt different kinds of technologies for different kinds of projects in your companies, and being able to understand whether they're already designed for or against our communities or for your objectives, particularly if you're doing work that is pointed toward Black communities or communities of color or poor people or anyone that these technologies are traditionally not designed for. So part of the reason, let's take the first example on a resume screening tool. It's not just that the data that trains a resume screening tool, which you might use, which really many people are encouraged to use, especially in small businesses, as a labor or cost-saving tool. It means that the data that's been used to train that has also done things like it's classified people according to particular criteria, so that if you are, let's say you were the captain of the women's basketball team, the fact that you put women in your resume could potentially screen you out, right? Or that you play sports that aren't lacrosse or polo or golf. So the massive training data that is behind so many of the off-the-shelf kinds of products that are put in our hands are trained on people who don't look like us, and they use data that doesn't always look like us. On the flip side, they also can be trained by the most stereotypical and discriminatory kinds of data about us. And I think this will be something that we will see, for example, in the ways in which healthcare tools, for example, often do not account for things like histories of medical discrimination. So if you are from a community that is, and I'm just going to start with women because I'm part of a community of women. Women in this country are medically discriminated against. And there's massive literature to support this. So if the AI has been trained, to your point, it's like taking in all the stupidity and all the wisdom. I would say that is a powerful overstatement because it certainly is not looking, it is not trained to be wise. It is actually looking for the statistical likelihood of one word to follow the next word. And that's really what a large language model is. But let's say you take that large language model and you use it and you're trying to then use it as a diagnostic for something in healthcare. Well, you know that Black people are understudied and underdocumented in all kinds of medical literature. We are least likely to be included in clinical trials. So the data already, again, is powerfully discriminatory in the way that we have been traditionally discriminated against. So these kinds of things are very, very important to understand both how data is collected and understood. What is data, in fact? Most of these tools are trained on data that is available. And we have been very good at keeping some things to ourselves. Not all of our business is for everybody. So that also means it's not in the training data. So I think one of the things that we have is just a way to look forward is to be thinking about as we're making our own products and projects that are AI driven, they need to be designed around our values, digital twins, so to speak, of our contexts, because the kinds of things that are coming out of the big tech companies are just not going to be that. There's no market for them for that. I think what you're doing, Mu, is actually really demonstrative of the kinds of opportunities, which is trying to build hyper-local kinds of AI that is deeply contextual, because what these technologies are often doing is they're very good if you have discrete data classifiers. I'm a PhD in information science, so that just means I'm a nerd in classification. So if you have categories that are easy and very clear and deeply classified, that's great. But so much of our lives cannot be classified under the current kinds of frameworks, and that means we cannot be read or understood by these technologies. And so we'll have to figure out, I think, whether we want to make these kinds of digital twins that are in our context where we can test technologies and AI. And honestly, as we do that and as we think about that, we will want to think about maintaining control over those kinds of data trusts and making sure that they cannot be used against us.
I want to pick up one point that you talked about, which is if you think about, when I think about generative AI, let's just use that term for a quick second. It's really a three-part equation. First are the algorithms, the rules. Again, if you use a ChatGPT, I believe it's, GPT-4, I think it's like 8 billion of these rules and parameters. Secondly is the training data, which is the data that you feed into those rules. And the last piece, which you actually don't talk a lot about, is the compute, the cloud. You have to put all that somewhere and have it crunch all that stuff. If you don't look at any one of those categories, there aren't really more than probably 5 to 10 companies per one of those categories who are a part of that. So you have, call it 30-ish companies. And by the way, there are companies that do both. You have 30 companies on the face of the earth that are guiding, one can argue, the most powerful technology that we are seeing to this point. And the point that you made about how do the people in this room increase that number of people and companies making these tools or parts of those tools is really, really important. whether that be for discrete cases like in healthcare, whether that be for more macro cases that we haven't quite found yet. And I'm imagining, I can't quite see all of you because of the lights, that someone in this room is going to be one of those people who frankly expands that set. Because when I watch the markets every day and I hear talk about AI, it is the same 15 companies whose names I hear. And by the way, if you were to look at those companies, the Magnificent Seven, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, I can name the other four, they are 1/3 of the S&P 500 currently, today. Our entire economy rides on, one can argue, 7 companies who are deeply invested here. How do we expand that to 10, to 20, to hundreds, and have those people be helmed, have those companies be helmed by people who look like the folks who are in this room, partially? That's a big question I want to leave to this group. We have a bit of time left, and I want to come back to the both of you. And I'll end off with a question that ended off our last panel. Imagine that you have a young business leader who has the potential to grow something big. And they're asking you, this AI thing, what should I do? How should I think about this? What is the thing that you want to leave them with for this conversation? AI, what does it mean to me? How should I be using it to grow this thing that I want to grow?
Yeah, this is a lot. You said a lot there, so I'm going to ramble a little bit. I would start by saying one of the things we talked about behind stage is the impact, I think, the way I see the world. And one is be disagreeable, right? Means that the way to learn is to actually not accept. I think black people have done that a lot, right? See what it is, don't just accept it, and try to learn more about it by disagreeing with it, but be optimistic. Understand that you can change the world, and then be relentless and never stop. So that's what I would tell anybody that's building currently is disagree. What's the status quo? These 7 companies, we talk about these 7 companies like they were built, today. They were built with nothing. I'm ashamed that I don't know each one of you in the room, right? Because that is power. So I think that one of the things that we do, and I don't want to get too philosophical, I don't want to give you time, is that I think Martin Luther King was absolutely amazing, right? Hero. The challenge, I think, with that mindset is we're still asking to be in rooms. We're still asking to be present in rooms. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't want to, excuse me. Sorry, Alfonso, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the last time I'll be invited. But I don't want to ask to be in rooms anymore. I want to be more like Marcus Garvey. I want to get with all of y'all and build. And so the information I would give to the AI companies, or as you're thinking about building, you might have to get the quote-unquote inferior product, the product that's built for black people, that's small, that's just at the beginning. It's just where Zuckerberg was at a while ago. And we might have to build, and we might not need to use Copilot or NVIDIA. And that means that at Vituity, we might be behind a little bit for now. But if we can get all of you all together to build together, and get some of the athletes and entertainers too, if y'all in here, I think that we have immense power. But I think we forget that because we're still asking to be in the room. So that long-winded, that's my answer.
Same question.
I think the future is going to be small AI, and I don't think we should be trying to scale to become one of the FANG companies or the major monopolies. I actually don't think, I think their business models are predicated upon profound extraction, manipulation, and destruction, and there's no getting around that, and I wrote a whole book about that. What we need instead is to be thinking about small applications, pro-social tech. The kinds of tech you're talking about is anti-social tech. And we can talk about that, again, for hours. What we need to be thinking about is the kinds of values that we hold around our rights, around we just saw the study that came out from MIT last week that generative AI, large language models, are decreasing our cognitive capacity by 41%. We don't want to be dumber from using these kinds of technologies. Are you kidding? We've got the research, and people like me and others, we're trying to do the research so that you can grab a hold of it and say, okay, how can I be smarter? So what we know is we don't want to dumb down our businesses and our opportunities with the stochastic parrots, as Timnit Gebru and Emily Bender say, which is just the nonsense that comes out of large language models, all right? What we want is deep knowledge and that we can apply to make us better. And we're actually living in a moment where people want more connection. They want to be known and understood more deeply. We are literally living this moment today when 17 million people are going to be kicked off of health insurance. And Black women, Black people in particular, are going to be the most harmed by the politics of the day. So this is a huge opportunity for us to figure out how will we stand in the gap and meet the needs of people. And it is not going to be by using the tools that the very people who've kind of created these conditions. All right. So I think we need to just remember that AI, it's political, it's social, and it's technical. And if we keep that in mind the way we do, I mean, we were talking backstage, you said we were in 2006 about social media, and I was like, right. And if we knew what we knew today about Facebook back in 2006, would we have let it collapse most of the Western liberal democracies? Would we have let it push people off the voter rolls and disenfranchise people with political disinformation? Would we have let it set us back the way it has in terms of the civil rights and human rights agenda in the United States? We certainly would not have. So that's the kind of knowledge and analysis we need to bring into this AI moment and say, what's the future that I want that isn't a future of exploitation, that's actually a future of possibility? And then we will design completely different kinds of projects, and it's going to be amazing.
As I said at the start of this, we could have this conversation literally for another half hour, another hour and a half, because there is so much here. Let me just go back to where we began, which is how do you capture the promise, mitigate the peril? And you've heard a ton of wisdom up here on where to start. The only thing that I might leave you with is this. I generally believe that the choices about these technologies are not going to be made by, frankly, fancy people in large tech companies who are making these tools right now. I also don't necessarily believe that the future will be determined by people in DC, like where I used to work. It's going to be determined by, frankly, a lot of the leaders who are here in this room. It is easy to believe that this is happening to us. It is not happening to us. We have the ability to make it happen or not make it happen. And the main thing that I would leave you with is recognize that you can make it happen or not happen. And let's make it happen the way that we want it to, for the sake of our businesses, for our communities, and for our people. So with that, please give a round of applause to my amazing co-panelists. And let's also give an amazing round of applause to the Global Black Economic Forum for making the space for this conversation. And I think we are going to let you all have some lunch soon.
I'm Sophia. As an engineer, I explore what the next frontier of tech can bring to our plants to reach higher standards of industrial excellence and collective empowerment. I implemented an automated and integrated real-time data visualization platform. Now our teams can make data-driven decisions seamlessly across all facets of the plant. Here, the possibilities have been endless. I can create and shape my own future.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, amazing panel. I hope we don't feel as though artificial intelligence is as scary after that amazing panel. And give it up for L'Oreal, who is presenting our next panel. which is leveling the playing field, investing in equity. And we'll discuss how investing in women's sports is also an investment in the future of health and wealth creation. We got a hot panel. Please welcome Terry Jackson, the Executive Director of the WNBPA, a legend and a Hall of Famer, and the founder and CEO of She's Got Game, Swin Cash Canal. Liliane Majid, who is a dear friend of the organization and Chief Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Officer at L'Oreal Group, a company that has decided to stay and reaffirm their commitment to this work. And our moderator, Ms. Ashley Etienne, CEO of Etienne and Saint and a political news commentator.
Listen, what a beautiful panel of women talking about getting what we've earned and deserved. How about that? All right, wonderful. Glad to have you all here with us today. So listen, I'm gonna read from my notes because I had way too much fun in college, and so I burned a lot of brain cells. So if you could be a little patient with me, but we're gonna have fun, learn a lot, and talk about really the fastest growing part of sports right now, and that's women's sports. So, okay, here we are. So we're witnessing in a defining moment in women's sports, a surge in momentum that's rewriting the narrative of who leads, who's seen, and more importantly, who gets paid. From packed arenas to record-breaking viewership, from corporate sponsorship to athlete-led movements and investments, record investments right now. Women's sports are no longer a side story, they are the center stage. But with this progress comes responsibility and opportunities, more importantly. Today, we're not just talking about wins and headlines, Swin. You know a lot about that. We're talking about pay equity, opportunity for generational wealth, comprehensive corporate responsibility, structural barriers that still hold women back on and off the field. This conversation is about power, possibility, and what it takes to build a future where investing in women's sports isn't a bold choice, it's an obvious one. So with that, ladies, let's get into it, okay?
Let's do it.
Yes, all right, here we go. So let's start by talking about, as I mentioned, the landscape of women's sports has undergone a significant change recently and is now everywhere. People are supporting women's sports now more than ever. You see the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship drew 10 million viewers, more than some of the NBA finals. The Women's World Cup has record attendance and viewership globally. Corporate sponsorship has increased. Liliane, the investor class is finally catching up to what we've all known. Reports show that women's sports yield higher returns on low investments. So,
say that part again. I'm sorry.
Listen, gladly, I will gladly say
that part again.
Reports show that women's sports yield high returns on low investments. So we're gonna get into that. But let's start with talking about, if you don't mind, Swin, I would love to start with you. What took folks so long to get here? And then how do we keep this momentum going?
Yeah, so I think and Terry probably remembers this, in 2022, I think I said in my Hall of Fame speech, the women were just waiting for America to wake up and pay some damn attention. And for years, decades, I played 15 years in the WNBA, and we continue to say that when you invest, you will be able to see the results on every level, investing in the players, investing in the league, investing in teams. And so now, and I think what's happening is that people actually said, oh, let me actually do the numbers. You know, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. And that we have seen that the investments say that the league will continue to grow, women's sports will continue to grow. Everybody and their mother right now is trying to run to invest, as you should, for a good reason. It's a great product, WNBA and WSL. We can go on and on and on. Women's sports is here to stay. The women have made their investments in their body and how they develop their game, and now it's time for everyone else to do the same.
Yeah, I agree. Terry, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that question.
Yeah, I echo everything that Swin said, and not just because she was on the executive committee that hired me way back then. Yeah, I'd love to talk about the connections that I have with everybody up here on this stage.
This is creating opportunities for other sisters to lead,
exactly.
So
but it was during that interview, Swin, I don't know if you remember, because it was your question, and she said, where do you see yourself if you get the job? Where do you see yourself? Where do you see the union in 10 years? And I had an answer ready, but because there was so much conversation about the NBA and the NBA guys and yada, 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 I said, you know what, I think I better pivot. And I think I better tell these players, tell Swin exactly what was on my mind. And what I said in that moment was, we have to value women's sports for what it is. We have to value our game as different. And different doesn't mean better than or less than. That's what I said then. I'm now recognizing maybe better than.
Amen, amen.
But it doesn't necessarily mean, better than or less than. It means different. And it means how we market our game has got to be different. How we think about our game has got to be different. How we value women athletes has got to be different. How we position them for success has got to be different. That's what I said back then, trying to get this doggone job that I love. And look at where we are now. Like recognizing, as Swin said, that LL Cool J song, right? Don't call it a comeback. They've been here for years.
Literally.
Right?
Dropping bars.
Yeah, we didn't plan that, y'all. That's just, and so, if you just recognize the opportunity, because when you look across men's sports, some of those opportunities are just saturated, right?
Totally.
But you look at women's sports, you look at soccer, you look at volleyball, of course you better look at the W, you better look at basketball. There are so many opportunities, true investment opportunities. This isn't charity, y'all. This is a real way to do business in just a very real way. So those are my thoughts.
And can I just add something to that? Because I want to give also Terry her flowers. At a time when we were hiring Terry and being on the executive committee, every single person on that committee knew we weren't getting our fair share. Mm-hmm. We knew we were signing a CBA that was not going to take us where we needed to go. But you know what? And there were a lot of tears shed. There was a lot of anger that was there. But the whole communication throughout was, it's not about us. We got to give them a chance to fight in the future.
Yeah.
That fight is right now, Terry. And I'm glad that you were at the forefront with the women in order to do it, because it continues to grow, and now it's time for the women to reap all the benefits of that.
Absolutely. And we want to talk about how not just us, but how this room can get in the game and in the game early to actually expand the growth, but also benefit from it as well. So we've both of you mentioned this, but the market opportunity of women's sports still remains untapped, undervalued, but it's yet undeniable, in fact. Women's sports, as I mentioned, are the fastest growing segment of the sports industry, yet challenges persist from pay equity to equal benefits, and we know that has tremendous impact on not just the industry and on athletes, but the larger ecosystem. So I'd love to hear from you, Swin and Terry, about this question here. As women in sports have been, both of you have been in the forefront and behind the scenes, you know better than anyone that when women are paid fairly, treated equitably, the whole sports economy becomes just, more dynamic, but more profitable for everyone. What steps must be taken off the court to ensure that women are well positioned to receive equal pay, equal benefits, and associated opportunities in the marketplace?
Yeah, I'll start. I don't know, Lil, if you want to jump in here too, because from a brand standpoint, it takes brands stepping up to the plate.
Oh, absolutely.
It takes brands. I remember whenever at the end of my career and I was going into the front office and in media, I got paid to come to some brands and they were like, I need a thought leader. Tell me about women's sports. Where are we missing the boat? And I'm like, here we go again. I'll take the check. I'll tell you what I've been saying the last 10 years. You could have Googled it, but hey, I'll sit here and do it. But the investment is there because the eyeballs are there, the numbers are there. Like all the metrics were telling you, here's where we're going, but people just weren't paying attention. I think for me, where I play right now and with my company, She's Got Time, is that I not only believe in investing in the women that are playing the game, I believe that you have to invest in women who are working in sports as a career as a whole. Because when these players finish playing, they're going into the workforce. So you can show up with your money first, definitely need that. But secondly, how are you positioning for job opportunities within your companies? Because that's the other thing that they need, is not just while they're playing. The wellness of this is my career that goes on after that. And so that's where I play right now, and that's why I invest in women with careers in sports and continue to try to build and stay connected with the W players and see how we can position them. It's not about just mentorship. I got asked all the time, how do I mentor? How do I mentor? How can you be a mentor for me? And I had to take a step back, and I had to pray on it for a really long time. And it was put on my heart, it's not about just mentoring, it's about being an advocate. Am I speaking in rooms to investors in here, to brands in here, and letting you know how you can position yourself with teams, with players? And I've done that, and we continue to do the work.
Terry, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I'll add on a little bit. So Swin was talking about the 2014 CBA, so I wasn't around for that, but I did get a chance to negotiate the 2020 CBA, and right now we're in a collective bargaining fight, y'all. So pay attention to pay attention to what the W players are talking about. What Swin is talking about is some of the things we talked about for 2020 in that CBA. Hopefully, what we'll be able to do this time, but is building a pipeline, right? And creating those opportunities, because these women, first of all, they're coming to the W at exceptional in their careers, right? They have gone to school for 4, sometimes 5 years, so they have college degrees. Some of them have done graduate work. Then they come and they play, and it is hard to make a W roster. So you know that they are the best of the best. They are the most elite. And then what are these opportunities during the off season if they're not going to play overseas? And I'm going to try hard to make it that they can get paid in the W, so that is no longer the narrative. But give them the opportunity, bring them into your companies, bring them in as your brand ambassadors, and show them the business so that they are developing as athletes, but then they come to you almost C-suite ready because they are just so highly educated and they're just top performers. So those are some of the things that I think about. We'll get into the CBA stuff too, but I know you want to talk about it.
Well, I want to put some receipts from a brand perspective on so many of the things that you all said about this not being philanthropy, but making really, really good business sense. Mm-hmm. And Ashley, let me tell you, I love that brands are catching up, but L'Oreal has been here. Yes. Mm-hmm. We sponsored we were the first beauty partner almost 30 years ago of the WNBA. So we have been there because we saw then, and we still see now, there are these 3 things that I think make the WNBA incredibly, incredibly special. And really, the first one is that ensuring that all of our consumers feel that L'Oreal's products and consumers are specially meant for them just makes good business sense, because we need everybody to buy our products for us to remain the #1 beauty company in the world. And I still do believe that it is the right thing to do, because why should beauty and who's viewed as beautiful only be reserved for a small segment of society? So that's reason number 1. Reason number 2 is that what you all said from a long time, a bit ago, is that WNBA fans are incredibly loyal to brands that sponsor the WNBA. And I know this actually, I worked for the NBA and the WNBA for 15 years, so I remember all of the partner pitches that we were in, and we were running off stat after stat after stat about how consumers buy from brands that support. And the WNBA's chief growth officer just shared this incredible statistic that consumers are 185% more likely, 185% more likely to buy from brands who support the WNBA. So that's number 2 why we're there. And then the third reason, the receipt I want to put on there, is just how incredible you all are as brand ambassadors. The players are so accessible, they're socially minded, they're businessly minded, and they're willing to lean in hard with brands who invest in them because they know that they have been the underdogs for far, far too long.
So you make a great point, which is L'Oreal's been a leader and has been there for decades now. How can other companies like yours engage in a way that's meaningful to advance many of the challenges that we're seeing women athletes face?
Yeah, so one of the things that L'Oreal believes in is turning over the stages that we have access to. So we are the 4th largest advertiser in the world. And so we know that based on that, who we choose to invest in sends a signal to other brands. And so the signal that we want to send, and we're doing it right now in this conversation, is we want to turn over our stages to the WNBA. We want to use the platforms that we have to tell the stories that you're hearing today. And so we're doing that today with GBEV. We're going to do that over the next 3 nights, Friday, Saturday night, and Sunday night on the main stage. So you're going to see L'Oreal bringing up on the concert stage the CEO of the New York Liberty. Terry's joining me with Cheryl Swoops. And we also have Juju joining us because she partners with NYX. And so that's what I would love to see more brands do, is if you are a believer in this, if you're investing in this, turn over your stages to the wonderful, wonderful women of the WNBA.
Amen. 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 And just to add to that too is, yeah, she needs this. Yes. Is having people in the room making decisions. So it's one thing to cut a check because you want to invest, but you can't have the same team that does not understand the brand, the product, and how you're going to bring that out to the fans. And I think that's where L'Oreal has been so intentional, is that you understand the value of the players. You're having the conversations, and it feels authentic. We've seen brands before that have said, they'll sign up, but how am I getting a value? Well, you're spending money here, but you're not actually doing the true work to actually bring that to life through activations, through storytelling, and making sure that your media arm is just as accessible to the players.
Absolutely. So Terry, love the WNBA, and I just have to be honest and say I was very ignorant of some statistics. And I want to bring them up in the context of the collective bargaining process that you're going through right now. So in the WNBA, the average salary is around $125,000, while the NBA is somewhere around $10 to $11 million. Many WNBA players have to play overseas, you know this well, in off seasons to make ends meet. Others have to retire early because of fiscal instability. Make it make sense to me. One of the tools that's often—
Okay, now Ashley, I said I had work to do.
I'm just saying, like, well, and we talked about this backstage. You've got a situation now where athletes, you know, Angel Reese and others, are making over $1 million or close to $1 million. The sister who just signed with Texas Tech at an undergraduate level. That's got to create some more pressure and affect your conversations around collective bargaining. So talk a little bit about that, but more importantly, how can business leaders and entrepreneurs and investors who are in this room and who are watching explain to them why the process actually matters to them, why and how they can potentially engage to force some of these issues?
Okay, let me carve this up a couple ways.
Okay, go ahead.
You heard her stats, right? You heard the average salary. We can go on and talk about the rookie salaries. These are dynamos that are coming out of college. They're not even making $80,000 a year, right? So let's put it all out there. And yes, I also have a son in the NBA. And so his average, right, far exceeds what we're talking about. Not looking to compare ourselves in terms of the dollars, because we recognize that businesses are different. But we are talking about, in our collective bargaining talks, we are talking about valuing the players similarly, making sure that they have a stake in the business, the very business that they are building.
Absolutely.
That's what we're talking about.
Amen to that. Yes.
That's the type of pay equity that we're talking about. So we can talk about those numbers, and I know that those numbers are like great statistics, and it kind of anchors the conversation a little bit, kind of.
Anchors a lot of us, in fact.
It anchors and it angers, okay.
Right.
It provides a framework for what we're talking about. But let's talk about what is the player's share in the business that she is building. Mm-hmm. That's what our conversation is about. Mm-hmm. That is truly what it's about. What else did you ask me? I'm sorry, Ashley.
No, how can business leaders and investors and those that are watching this conversation, why does it matter to them? How can they, pressure the system to actually yield more in terms of salary, but also ownership of the league?
That's a great question. You know what we need you to do? If you're thinking about investing in the W, if you're thinking about investing in women's sports, be a champion like Lil is talking about. Understand the business, understand the opportunity, because you can build and strengthen women's sports. You can be a part of the investment. You can be a part of the business, really in two ways. You can do it partnering with the league and the teams. You can do it partnering with the players. directly. If your interest is to strengthen women's sports and to pour into the women athletes, this is what Lil does. Come and talk to the Players Association. Let's have a conversation, because when you partner with us, you absolutely pour directly into the players. And that's the type of investment I want you to think about. You want an investment that is mission aligned with who you are. And if you are about pay equity, if you are about building up women in their sports, if you are about investing in this business and truly making it stronger, come talk to the Players Association. Or at least, if you are willing and have the budget to do both, you know? You're gonna work with the league and the teams, you're gonna work with the Players Association. Understand the way to maximize your partnership and your sponsorship with the league or a team is to come do and respect the group rights that the Players Association has. That's how you will increase that investment tenfold. The check that you write with the league and the teams is great, but you want the storytelling, you want the brand ambassadors that Lil has. You want them to champion your brand and your business. And as she is a testament, WNBA players will do that without hesitation.
That they will.
They will step up, they will do the work. And so that's what I say. If you want to do this and if you want to strengthen these conversations and strengthen the business, come talk to the players.
So we're about to close out the conversation. I want to stay with the business of women's sports, if you don't mind. We are seeing record investment now. Everyone seems to be getting in the game, if that makes any sense. You know, Ariel's Project Level, right, is a great example of that. I'd love for you guys to talk about where do you see the opportunity for folks in this room and who are watching to get into the game and get in early and make sound investments. Because as we talked about earlier, the yield is higher than the actual investment. So explain to me, where do you think you see opportunity for folks to get engaged, to get involved, and put their sort of money behind where their ethos is and their belief system is? Do you mind starting, Swin?
You want to start? Okay, you can start.
Yeah, I'll start. I would say from this standpoint, kind of twofold, right? So the first is you see the investment that happened in the W, and in WSL, it continues on. They're expanding with teams, right? So new teams are going to come in. I think Terry mentioned it. Having a sponsorship where their rights are going to be, the money's going to go, and it's going to be a split. Terry's going to fight hard for that, I know. So the players are involved in the revenue sharing that's happening. Being a brand, getting brand ambassadors as far as players, huge. That's really big. Having an opportunity to partner with the union. They have a lot of different things that they do, and they're present and they're forward facing. That's important. I think where I am on the other end of my career right now and how I'm supporting kind of women's sports starts with women with their careers in sports. And so my company, She's Got Time, how we're investing as we look at our raise right now is focused on having a syndicate that allows women and women of color who haven't had an opportunity to invest to be able to come on board and invest. That's how you invest. You give equity, you give opportunity, and you give access. And that's where I see it happening right now, is that we have brands that are giving relationships and partnerships. We have VCs that are coming in and saying, how can I invest in teams? But also we want people investing in the players. We want them to be out there on your potato chips and your makeup. We want them everywhere, okay? Because the more the people see the players, they actually will consume the product, which is an unbelievable product in the game.
Absolutely, well said.
You know what, I remember when Lil called me up and she said, so Lil talked about her partnership, or L'Oreal's partnership with the WNBA, the league side of the business, years ago. Lil called me up a few years ago and said, hey, Terry, what do you have going on? And I said, well, we've got rookie orientation, we've got All-Star Weekend. She's like, how can we help? How can L'Oreal be there? And I said, are you kidding? And she said, yeah, come on over for lunch. She opened a notebook and said, what do you need? What does this look like? And I talked about a glam suite, and I talked about so many other things. And Lil said, yes, we can do that and more. And it can be bigger, and it can be better. And so, that for me, thank you, I want to give you your flowers.
Let's
in
say
front.
thank you again, Terry.
Yes.
Thank you. As a former player, if y'all see some of those headshots in our pictures back in the day, Lil, thank you, girl. Thank you.
Anytime.
Listen, you look good, you play good, right?
You had your girl with crimps and everything back in the day.
Feel good, you play good. Exactly.
Lil, thank you.
Exactly. You know, there really aren't barriers to investing in women's sports. There aren't. There's just conversations and connections that need to happen. And that's why I used that example, because that opened the door to our conversation and a partnership that's been multi-year. It's multi-players association.
We never had a beauty partner sponsor them. How is that possible?
Ever.
Ever.
And so it opened the door to that. It strengthened my relationship, our staff relationship with our members, because they had been asking about this type of partnership, and we delivered, thanks to Lil. But it also helped other companies see what is possible. So there aren't any barriers to this. Let's just have the conversation. There are so many ways to sponsor and be creative and be in the game and investing in women athletes. Just call me up, y'all. We can do this.
Absolutely. Lil, I'd love to have you close out with some final thoughts.
So I'll just say two things. For people who have not made that call as yet, like, we're the #1 beauty company in the world, and we're on board. We've been on board. And we're on board because it's not philanthropy, but it has driven key business metrics for us. And I'll close by saying this, that we deeply believe at L'Oreal that investing in women's sports means investing in the future relevance of your business. And we kind of like being the #1 beauty company in the world, and this is going to help us stay that way.
Absolutely. Thank you all. This is a great conversation. Thank you.
You, Ashley.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
How we doing? We doing good? Oh, y'all are hungry. That's why the energy's low. Okay, well, lunch is so good, as it was last year, as you can smell it. But we have one more really important panel before we get to lunch. So can y'all hang with me? Yes. Can I get a little more energy? Can y'all hang with me? Okay. As we mentioned earlier, we are going to be talking about health. And so the future of health, there needs to be a business case. So presented by Xavier Ochsner College of Medicine, please welcome Dr. Reynold Verrett, President of Xavier University, Dr. Leonardo Swaney, Founding Dean of Xavier Ochsner College of Medicine and Executive Vice President and Chief Academic Officer of Ochsner Health, Dr. J. Nadine Gracia, President and CEO for Trust for America's Health, Mary Stutz, Chief Executive Officer of Healthcare Businesswomen's Association, And our moderator, Dr. Aletha Maybank, President and CEO of Novella Wells. Give it up for our panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Ooh, yes. We are between lunch, right? Y'all are ready for lunch soon. So we'll make sure we get into this conversation pretty quickly and make sure that you all have a chance to eat and talk. And the energy so far this morning has been absolutely fantastic, and just really appreciate everyone's presence and the energy that you are giving us as panelists. So we are entering this conversation, the future of health. We could have so many different ways. There's so many things about the future of health at this particular moment that we could talk about. But today, and at this moment, we're going to talk about the business case. And I will honestly reflect, for me, I'm a person, people who know me, of value, justice. We do things because they're the right things to do, right? Morally, we are to do this. We should observe the dignity in each one of us and honor it and do it in all that we do. That is my belief, right? But clearly, that's not the belief of everyone, or else we wouldn't be in this point of this country right now. Also, the ethical imperative also speaks to me as well in terms of doing this work of health equity and health justice, because I'm a physician, right? And we talk lots about, and we've been trained on the code of ethics, and we are supposed to do things, and we have an obligation to do things that are right and to correct wrongs, prevent harm, prevent exclusion. So there's this ethical imperative. And so when I started to learn, about this business imperative, I come from public health. I'm about neighborhood and social justice and social work, but this business imperative, challenged me a little bit, because I was like, well, no, we're supposed to do these things. But then I'm learning, the reality is that we have systems and institutions that don't always believe the things that we believe that are really important for us. And so this conversation is really to illuminate why the business imperative is important for us as leaders of businesses across this world, and for the patients and the people that we serve. And so first I'm going to start off with Dr. Swaney and Dr. Verrett. And before we even get to the business, we're going to speak to the historical imperative, right? And it's very intimate to me. I come from an institution, my most recent institution. Its history very much is known. American Medical Association, this is known information, excluded Black physicians for over 100 years from being members of that institution. Also, they commissioned a report to be done in the early 1900s called the Flexner Report of 1910, that ultimately the recommendations ended up closing 5 of the 7 med schools that existed, leaving Howard and Meharry. And so you all are at this moment now of where you're now in this present modern time. It will be the 5th in this present modern time, historically Black medical college that will be opening. And so I want you to speak to that context, and what does that mean for you? What does it mean for your institutions? What does it mean for business as well? And we can talk about more business as we move on, but I just want you to reflect on what does the historical imperative mean at this moment in time?
People may not know, but there was one of those HBCUs was in New Orleans. So we will not be the first HBCU medical school in New Orleans. It was one of the victims of the Flexner Report. But if you look around and look at, we had a nice segue earlier when they said there's a true physician workforce crisis in the United States, and it's up to 86,000 physicians short, heading in the wrong direction. And when you look at the impact that has in communities, especially minority communities, it is physicians from those communities who actually go back and practice in those communities. And it's the HBCUs that train the majority of Black and brown physicians for the United States. So Flexner has a long tail to the impact it's done. I mean, it's been over 100 years, right. And yet that impact is still felt in the United States. What starting a new HBCU, and the 5th HBCU does, is start to reverse that process. And it really strikes home even more when you think of the impacts that also been mentioned earlier today of cutting the Grad Plus loans, making it more difficult for first generations, people from low income to be able to become a physician, the more barriers that they put out. HBCU medical schools are that that shining light on the hill to say, look, we can do it, and we can do it together.
Well, I would add that not only Flexner Report, but also the legacy of American medicine has also presumed certain attitudes towards certain groups as well that are incorporated into how treatment is delivered. For example, metrics on hypertension, metrics on neurological baselines, metrics on blood on diabetes and also basic clinical laboratory standards that are adjusted because there are certain assumptions about African Americans that still are rather resilient and remain even though they are not fully scientifically based. It is important that in the rooms that make the decisions about how care is delivered, how care is innovated, that there's representation broadly across what looks like America, and this is actually where we are now. And I think what we will find is that there's a business benefit, there's an efficacy benefit for the society as we provide that care broadly.
Thank you. Thank you. Nadine, Dr. Gracia, we're friends, so okay, we're friends, we're fine. Thank you. Sometimes you make that mistake, right? So I've known you my entire career, really. When I first started the Office of Minority Health in Suffolk County a long time ago. And you were in a position as well in the federal government at that time. And you're somebody who has at certain times had the word minority in your title. So what does that mean for you at this moment when you think about that? You're now at this credible, large think tank that has lots of influence around policy. Can you just reflect a little bit on that for us?
Thank you. Well, thank you for the conversation, and many thanks again to Dr. Maybank just for facilitating us having this conversation. Absolutely, she deserves a lot of praise. So what she was referring to is that prior to being at Trust for America's Health, I was the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Minority Health and Director of the Office of Minority Health, long titles in DC, at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in the Obama administration. And, many of us come into this work, we have professional interests around how we advance health equity, how we end health disparities, but we also come with a story. And for me, it's really my personal story. My family and Dr. Verrett and I were having some lovely conversations behind the curtains there. It originally comes from Haiti, and I'm the first generation that's born in the United States. And I know the incredible courage as well as the sacrifice that my family, my parents in particular, made in coming to the US to leave their homeland to create better opportunity for us. And when I was young and growing up and in college and beyond, when you see that there are breakdowns in systems, when there are inequities in systems, that not everyone has these opportunities, they don't have ladders of opportunity, it became more of a motivating force for me. So when talking about issues around whether it's the health of communities of color or advancing health equity, yes, it's a professional journey that I've had, but it's the core essence of who I am. And so when I think about moments like these, which are deeply challenging, we know what's happening in Washington, D.C., and the debates and discussions around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and health equity and beyond. It's understanding who are you and what are your values. And I say to myself, who would I be if I didn't continue to uphold the values of equity so that everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential for health, everyone has the opportunity to thrive.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your work and service as well. Mary. I met you early in my career at the American Medical Association. You've always been a fantastic support and a voice in this space. And can you speak to, so you interact with I think you said over 200 corporate entities across the globe. In the last couple of months, what has been the reach out to you, and in that speak about the work that you do too and the mandate that you have, but what has been the reach out to you as it relates to anti-DEI rhetoric, and how are these corporations responding at this point in time?
Yeah, thank you so much, Aletha. And again, thank you for the invitation. It's my first time at the Essence Festival. I am so excited. But I will get to the point. So I have worked my entire career as a corporate executive for Fortune 500 companies. I've worked for Genentech and Bristol Myers Squibb and Bayer, but also, until that's on the biotech and pharma side, but also on the provider side. Started my healthcare career at Kaiser Permanente, and also I was the first Chief Inclusion Health Equity Officer at Stanford Healthcare, and I also worked at United Health Group. Okay, I get around. But the interesting thing is I became the CEO of the Healthcare Business Women's Association about 2 years ago. We are a professional association. We have over 200 corporate partners, and they come to us for us to provide services for their workforce. We are in over 80 countries, and those corporate partners represent a workforce of about 5 million employees that we are able to impact. The HBA is very much focused on providing leadership development. We are also focused on closing the women's health gap. As you may have read, McKinsey says it's a $1 trillion gap, economic gap between women's health and men's health because of women being so excluded from things like clinical trials and not having the appropriate data for disease management. And we also are very focused on funding women innovators. We know that the majority of the health equity innovation is coming from women who have worked their entire careers in healthcare, so they kind of know what needs to happen to create the innovation, but they are not being funded at the same rate as men. Women only get about 2% of venture capital funding. So at the HBA last year, we held our first pitch competition where we brought these women innovators together and actually gave them funding to continue to do their work. And by the way, the data shows that if you, the most innovative and impactful women innovators are Black women. If you give a Black woman $1, you will get $7 back. And not only that, but the data also shows that when women have their own, Black women have their own businesses, they give back up to 90% into the community, into their family. So brothers, y'all got to catch up. Okay. And then the other focus for us is on developing the healthcare workforce of the future. So I'm sure you've tracked, we are headed for a massive healthcare workforce crisis by 2030, in the next 5 years. We do not have, so we've had 5 generations in the workforce, especially in healthcare. The pre-boomers are still working because they're healthy and they can, not necessarily because they need the money. I worked at Stanford. You got 80-year-old doctors, nurses still riding a bike to work every day. So pre-boomers are still working because they're healthy. Boomers are still working. And then you have Gen X, Y, Z. Well, you know, boomers and pre-boomers can't work forever. You know, we are going to start retiring, but we do not have the trained, skilled workforce to replace them, not just physicians, I mean across every area. In pharmacy, for example, we are in dire straits for science, and we're finding that, as you all know, women are the majority of the healthcare workforce. We are up to 80% of the workforce here in the US. Women are up to 70% of the healthcare workforce globally, and we are 90% of the caregivers, paid and unpaid. Can I get an amen, sisters? We're taking care of everybody. So I always say, if women are not healthy, the whole world is at risk of not being healthy, because we are the majority of healthcare. But we do not have, young women are not opting to major in healthcare fields the way they used to. That is a real problem. So our corporate partners have asked us to address all 4 of those things that I just talked about. That is the focus of our work. So doing work to get young folks involved, interested in healthcare earlier, and my point to them, we can't wait till they're in college, because that's too late. We have to get to them in middle school and high school. So we're putting together programs to do that. So that's a little bit about the HBA.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the work. And to build, thank you, yes. To build on that, and coming back to the new med school and the students in the workforce and business, you know, we went to med school, right? We did, well, we did. Did you, did we? I don't know, I did. Sorry. I went to med school, many other people did. Health professional school overall. Point being is that we were not trained on the business context of anything, really. We were not trained in business. So I'm curious, you know, in the financial system and investment, and what does that mean? We were not trained on healthcare as a business. And so as you are now thinking about this new school, what will you do differently, potentially, that helps support students in the workforce? And then speak to you more in depth about the business imperative of what Ochsner and Xavier Med School will do together.
I'll start. I did go to med school. I'm a pulmonary critical care doc by trade. I think it's true. I mean, the science and knowledge has expanded. Science is not an ideology. It is truths. And those truths have grown, and we are tasked to teach our medical students those truths. But there's a lot of things in there like leadership, like social responsibility, like business that are not in the med school curriculum and need to be a core component of the med school curriculum if physicians are going to be leaders. And if you look at our vision statement for the Xavier Ashe College of Medicine, it's to train physician leaders for the U.S. So I think that's going to be core into the curriculum. But I will say there's another impact, business case of why we need more HBCU med schools. Let me bring it back to what a message you've heard multiple times already this morning, and that is that we have a physician workforce crisis in the United States today that is heading in the wrong direction, is getting worse. And if you look, for those who are familiar how you train physicians, you go to medical school, and when you finish medical school, yes, you're an MD, but you can't really do anything. You can't practice medicine. You have to do a residency and an internship. And for the incoming interns, and that goes through something called a match, which is an algorithm that puts graduating medical students into their residencies. And for this last year's match, incoming interns, those who finished medical school, 25%, 1 in 4, trained outside of the United States. So we are dependent on a workforce outside the U.S. Why is that? We don't have enough medical schools. And we certainly don't have enough HBCU medical schools. And so I think on that business case of an HBCU medical school in your community, a community like New Orleans, it has an incredible economic impact. There's a real halo effect of having a medical school in your community. And that halo effect leads to jobs. And in fact, when we looked at it and did some of the analysis, for the greater New Orleans area, when the med school is up and running and graduated doctors and doctors are practicing in our communities, it's $125 million a year economic impact for the community.
I would just add one other piece that's important for us as well, is that if you think of what the United States lead in the world, not only as a major power, but also as an economic power, it's also our capacity for innovation and in research, biomedical research especially, that biomedical scientists who are coming out of institutions like Exocom and other medical schools as well are the creators of an industry which has the United States relied upon. But also that makes us healthy as well. That's an important piece. That talent we have to educate. If we leave that talent uneducated, untrained, we do it at our own peril.
I think it's really important to add to that, Aletha, and the data and the work that we did around health equity and improving that. We found through the AAMC that physicians who trained, did their residency at the HBCU medical schools actually had much better patient outcomes and did more to address health equity. A big part of that is because they were comfortable being around diverse people and they understood the cultural norms, for lack of a better term, which I think is just even more, and it wasn't just Black physicians. It was any race physician who did their residency at the HBCU medical schools actually had better performance as physicians. So there, you talk about business imperative and why DE&I is still important. We have so much data to prove that this is necessary work. We have to continue.
That's right, and we have lots of data around a lot of things, right, and even what we understand around health. And this, to me, is always a conversation more so about will, and what are people willing to do and not willing to do, not a question of do we have enough data to demonstrate that there's a business imperative to this work. Nadine, can you speak to what you're doing now in terms of at the Trust and how that impacts the knowledge around economics and business for communities? and policymakers?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that, Mary. Close with data, because our organization, we're a public health policy and research and advocacy organization in DC, and what we do is advance policies that are based on the data and evidence to inform policymakers, Congress, the White House, the federal agencies on how to improve health and well-being for every community. When we talk about these issues in that intersection of health and business, you can say it succinctly that good health is good business. It's interesting, there was a business leader who said years ago, he said, when our employees leave, they join their families in their communities. So if their communities are not designed such that they promote health, where they don't have, for example, access to affordable and nutritious foods, or where the air quality is poor, the housing quality is poor, then that is not going to help us as a business to thrive. There is indeed a moral imperative. There is an economic imperative. There's also a national security imperative for us to be the healthiest that we can possibly be, because as we look at the number of crises, whether that's the rising chronic disease crises of diabetes and heart disease or cancer, to the mental health crises, to infectious disease outbreaks, when we used to talk about pandemics being just every 100 years, and yet we're seeing the numerous outbreaks that are happening, to then the climate and environmentally related disasters, extreme heat, hurricanes, sitting here in New Orleans and reflecting on Hurricane Katrina and its enduring impacts. We have to understand how vitally important it is that we bring these sectors together. What we do in public health is think about those broader community conditions, because when you have healthy individuals, you have healthier families, you have healthier communities, that's a healthier workforce. To then work in businesses, to have greater productivity, to be able to reduce absenteeism. And so businesses really play a vital role to actually help shape the conditions in communities and to be a partner with public health, to be able to promote these types of policies and conditions to assure that we can continue to thrive. The U.S., we spend the most in terms of our annual health spending of all high-income countries. We spend more than $4.5 trillion a year on health spending, but our health outcomes don't show for it, right? Our life expectancy is the lowest. When you talk about women who are dying while they're pregnant or immediately after pregnancy, we have the highest rates of maternal mortality, and Black women, even higher rates. Children that die in the first year of life, babies that die in the first year of life, we have the highest rates, again, as a nation. But when you talk about that $4.5 trillion, less than 5% of it is going to public health and prevention. To be able to make, yes, I heard some audible gas, less than 5%. And so what we need to do is really walk the walk of saying we can be a healthier nation. That's something that we at Trust for America's Health do. We have partnered, for example, with the Health Action Alliance to walk the walk of a large network of employers that are making that intersection between public health and business, and then educating our policymakers about when you invest in prevention and public health, there is a return on investment. It makes us healthier, it makes us safer, and it allows us to thrive and be more prosperous as a nation.
Thanks for that. That was a lot of great information. I didn't know one piece of that. So good to know. And I think that's a whole other conversation around public health and healthcare and the need to bridge that particular gap. That's one of the opportunities from being at the American Medical Association, I will say, of being able to see the ecosystem of health, not so much from that point of view, but because I was also in the New York City Department of Health prior to that in public health most of my career. And I was shocked, actually, when I got to the healthcare side, of the complete disconnect. And it showed up for many folks, as we know, especially during COVID. Well, we're still in COVID, but understanding the heights of COVID and when people were really ill and sick and passing away in this country. But we need to really find ways to do that as well, this public health healthcare divide. So we only have 40 seconds left. You see me looking at the, and I know you all want to eat. Can you, in 1 word, 2 words, 3 words, short sentence, what would you say to business leaders who are listening in, who are in the audience, health leaders? What would be your advice in terms of, really capturing and understanding this business imperative at this moment in time?
Look, it's hard not to reflect on what is going to happen tomorrow, which is we're going to celebrate our independence. And when we declared that independence, there was unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in there. And I would argue that you cannot have life or pursue happiness without health and wellness. So it's at the very core of what we are and how we exist, and how we can thrive as a business, as a community, as a nation. And this linking public health with health care really is that linking of life and the pursuit of happiness.
Invest in the talent of our young people and educate them so they can serve.
I would say one is use the power of data to better understand the health and needs of your employees, but don't stop there, because health doesn't just happen in the company, it happens in the community. And then become a partner with community organizations, with public health and other sectors to leverage your voice and influence to the decision makers, the policy makers, to make those conditions ones in which everyone can thrive. When we talk about policies like paid sick leave, which we know that, for example, Black workers have a less likelihood of having paid sick leave, how critical that is to assuring retention, recruitment, and actually economic gains and benefits for businesses. To also thinking about opportunities like livable wage, to assuring that people have the conditions that actually promote health. Your voice is incredibly powerful, and doing so in partnership with other sectors will truly help us to thrive.
I would say meritocracy is a three-way street, so that's the new term, for DE&I. You ask me what the companies are asking us in terms of DE&I. So none of our companies have asked us to stop doing anything that we're doing, but they have asked us to talk about it in a way that lets them continue to maintain their federal government contracts and other things. Okay, quick, she said. Meritocracy is a three-way. So people are saying that now. That's the new thing, that everybody merits. So first of all, merit has always been, okay. Employees merit. Employees have always had to merit their jobs. That was table stakes. That's insulting. We've been overqualified. We merit the jobs. Secondly, companies have to merit these employees continuing to stay there and work for you. They don't have to stay there. And most importantly, patients merit more than just our innovation. They merit better health outcomes. They merit us ending health disparities, and they merit the chance to live the life of their dreams.
My mic, okay. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for you all. There's a lot of people still out there. I appreciate it. And thank you for your brilliance, your leadership, especially during this time. It has been hard, I know, for many of y'all. So thank you, and thank you all for listening in, and enjoy lunch.
All right, everyone. Thank you to our wonderful panel. As you heard, we are going to lunch, but please make sure you are back here at 2 p.m. Because upcoming we have the president of SCIU, we have the governor of Illinois, we have executives from 3 of the largest utility companies, and they are people of color. And we have 2 ambassadors from the continent of Africa, from Kenya and Tanzania. So this afternoon, we will be putting the Global and Global Black Economic Forum. Enjoy your lunch.
I'm Tamia. As a network security engineer, I optimize network performance, security, and connectivity so all teams can safely access the internet and their work environment from anywhere. I'm like a city planner, but I design digital highways. For example, I built an infrastructure network from scratch. The security and protection of our network resources are fundamental, ensuring the privacy and trust of our employees, partners, and consumers.
You know when you call your physician now and you get annoyed because they tell you that you've got to wait? Right. For months to see them? Imagine when that is, you need to wait 2 years to see them. This country is already headed very quickly for a horrendous physician shortage. Average rate of Black men in medicine is now less than it was in the 1970s. Because we're experiencing it in some specialties right now. There are only 600 Black orthopedic surgeons in this country, 600 of them. Quite frankly, what we are seeing is that Black mamas and Black babies live longer when they have Black doctors. We have to stop acting as if we don't recognize what the real structural barriers are, and that we run to the source of them and that we begin to remove them. And what is unique is that right now, while we are at a point in time when DEI and anything that even looks like it is being attacked, understand that that means that the schools where these students are attending can no longer provide minority scholarships. Think about that.
Welcome to Cooking Up Conversations. This is a series of events that we're holding to talk about some of the key complex issues that we're confronting and, importantly, outline solutions.
The National Medical Fellowships. What is NMF?
NMF is the sole private nonprofit organization in this country that has been advancing health equity at the intersection of the health-wealth gap for the last 80 years.
80 years.
80 years. We have given the country and the world well over 35,000 Black and brown physicians by helping them to pay their way through medical school.
My crowd, okay.
Why is it important to have a Black doctor as opposed to a white doctor, as opposed to a brown doctor? Why is that important when you go into a hospital or you go to your general practitioner?
When they are dealing with a physician that looks like them, has a shared lived experience, perhaps comes from a community that they recognize, they have a higher tendency of being medically compliant, and it helps get people in the position of preventing illness. And our students are more likely to return to the communities that have been disenfranchised and pushed to the margins. We are making certain that they are becoming the physicians that their families actually always needed, but did not have. And we're giving you those who are making certain that there's a path for everyone else to follow. Everyone is welcome to this table. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without having proper partners who are willing to help us to reach every student who has a dream of entering these fields, and ensuring that there are more physicians of color leading so that we are bettering medical efficacy on the Black body.
We are a global enterprise that focuses on economic opportunity, economic justice, and economic freedom. We are a sister company to Essence. And what we're doing here in Martha's Vineyard is really having conversations about issues that directly affect the marginalized communities.
FIFA World Cup. It is in 2 years. The purpose of this fireside is to really help businesses prepare. So if I'm a business owner and I'm thinking about FIFA World Cup, where do you think the opportunities are?
In relation to tourism, it is a $1.2 trillion industry. People don't think about that. Trillion. Just for Georgia alone, we're $72 billion in economic impact for tourism. So when you talk about, that's the magnitude of what this World Cup is going to be. In the role that I'm in tourism, I'm the president of the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau. Some of the avenues that's been utilized would be servicing the particular event, creating branded fan zones, things that will create experiences. Fundamentally, you have to understand the culture of what this particular event is. It's not just any sporting event. It's a cultural aspect to this entire thing. So understanding who your market is and what part of the world they're coming from.
What distinguishes East Point and what you do from everyone else? And again, you're only one of 3 Black women running a visitors bureau in the country.
There are over 800 CVBs in the United States doing the same thing I do, and only a handful of Black, including men and women in total, less than 1%. One of the main things that we have going for us is that we are at the world's busiest airport. And our cultural heritage that we have, there's so much culture and history in East Point. So people come for things that they can't find elsewhere, but they also come for convenience. But the service that we provide is what puts us above the rest and all of the other tourism products that we have.
Bienvenidos a Colombia.
So I am here in Cali, Colombia, que viva Colombia, at the Global Black Economic Forum. This is an amazing two-day event here in Cali to celebrate Afro-Colombians, to bring in African Americans, to unite, to talk about how we together can help each other. This is all about helping Afro-Colombians in business get the tools that they need, the programs, the resources to build businesses and to thrive.
So there are institutional problems that we have to deal with, but we also understand as a community, a global Black diaspora, that we have resources, and those resources should be used to invest in our communities globally.
Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas is about celebrating the incredible power, beauty, talent, ingenuity of people of African descent in Latin America. And I came up with the idea for the show because I was tired, frankly, of watching Telemundo and Univision and not seeing anybody who looked like any of us.
I am the CEO of Kathy Q. We're an impact investing and advisory firm, and one of our big initiatives is investing in Black businesses. One of our big partners is the Global Black Economic Forum, and they focus on the diaspora overall. So when you think about fueling Black business growth, one of our unique opportunities is actually to buy and sell from each other across the diaspora. So we look at being in Colombia as a first step towards really expanding globally within the African descent.
Quiero invitarles entonces a escuchar a líderes y lideresas, empresarios y empresarias afrodescendientes cuyos caminos nos inspiran y nos han abierto espacio para que cada vez seamos más.
Que hay oportunidades para la inversión. Aquí hay gente que quiere emprender, que tiene iniciativas y que quiere apoyos. Pero también es una oportunidad desde la música, desde el arte, desde la cultura, a que le abran las puertas a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestra comunidad, para que intercambiemos afroamericanos, afrocolombianos, podamos tener intercambios desde la música y podamos tener un fortalecimiento mutuo.
I'm Tamia. As a network security engineer, I optimize network performance, security, and connectivity so all teams can safely access the internet and their work environment from anywhere. I'm like a city planner, but I design digital
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
Now, come on now. I know we just ate. I'm gonna try that again. Can we have the vlog again? Because y'all are
Welcome
sleep.
back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
See, that actually wasn't necessarily for me. That was for y'all to wake up with all that good food. How we feeling? Full of food, but more importantly, full of information, right? Something for us to think about. So we have an amazing afternoon for you all with so many dynamic speakers. But first, I want to take a moment really quickly. I want to thank our sponsors again and also make a correction. I said national grounds when it's actually neutral grounds. Let's all also give it up again for MVD Productions for this amazing convening. Y'all got to work on this call and response. Work on this call and response. But before we get into the next panel, which I previewed right before lunch, we're going to have an advocacy spotlight. The Global Black Economic Forum does a lot of work with this organization, Sister Song. I have a special place in my heart for them because my background is also reproductive health care. And so I'm going to give Sister Song a couple of minutes to talk to you all about the important work that they are doing. So please give it up for Miss Monica Simpson, who is their executive director, with a warm round of applause.
Peace, beautiful people. How are y'all doing this afternoon? Y'all look really amazing. It's very different looking at you from this point of view. But I'm really excited to be here. Again, my name is Monica Simpson. I'm the executive director of Sister Song. We are the National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective. How many folks have heard of reproductive justice in this room? We know that our reproductive health and rights and justice it's under attack. I know that most of you have your phones with you, so we know that this bill that we know is not beautiful but devastating to our communities has passed. And we know that we have a lot of work to do. So I'm going to leave that to the panelists. What I do want to make clear for us today is that when we think about the intersection between our advocacy and social justice work and the work of the business community, now more than ever, us being able to do that work collectively is detrimental. It is important, what's happening is detrimental to our communities, but it's imperative so that we can make sure that we are doing what is necessary for our communities. When we first stepped into this work as a nonprofit sponsor, it was important for us to make connections in this room to figure out what our shared goals are so that we can know what we are doing to build against the forces that are coming against us. So how many folks in this room have a movement home that you consider to be your movement home? You have that? Do y'all know what that is? It's where you live out your values and where you do your work. And so at this time, when we know that all of the things are stacked against us, the ability for us to build powerful solutions together is imperative because our communities are depending on us. Those of us who have taken these leadership positions seriously to be able to do this work together. So we're committed to doing that work with you, and we have to be willing to do it in ways that we have never done it before, and building a powerful cultural narrative that is going to shift the atmosphere and shift the conditions of the folks who need it the most. Are y'all ready to do that work with us? Are y'all ready to do that work with us? Then let's do that work together. Thank you all so much. We're going to do this work together, good people. Peace and power, y'all.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, babe.
And you all can check out, she didn't plug this, but I'll plug it. Thank you. Plugging things. Sister Song has a Sister Song Universe at the Convention Center all weekend. So go check it out for some very unique cultural experiences because advocacy can be fun and sexy, okay? All right, so let's kick off this afternoon with some panels. We talked about this earlier a little bit. We all have cell phones, we all have laptops. Those are powered by utility companies. And something that we don't pay attention to is the fact that there are leaders of color at these companies, which is really important when we're thinking about power and what's happening in our communities and equity. And so I would love to, before I bring the panel on, let's show a quick video by Entergy, who is powering this panel. Thank you, Entergy. Let's welcome to the stage John Hudson, who is the chair of the Entergy Charitable Foundation. He will moderate our conversation. Along with Melody Birmingham, who's the executive vice president of NiSource Utilities. And then we have Tamla Oliver, president and CEO of Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Thank you, Alencia. We really appreciate that. Again, I'm John Hudson. I'm with Entergy, and welcome to New Orleans. Our company is headquartered here. We're the only Fortune 500 company headquartered here in New Orleans, and we're very, 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 very happy to partner with Essence. And we really think these GBEF conversations really are enlightening, and we are very, very happy to be a part of these types of conversations. And so we're going to have a great conversation right now, I think. And so I'm here and very, very fortunate to have two of my colleagues with me, Melody Birmingham, Executive Vice President of NiSource, Inc., and President of NiSource Utilities, and Tamla Olivier, President and CEO of Baltimore Gas and Electric. And so I just want to say congratulations to the both of these individuals who are here with me. A decade ago, we would not have seen this. Two CEOs. You have 3.5 million gas customers, 500,000 electric customers. You have 1.3 million electric customers, 700,000 gas customers, many of whom look like the people in this room, but you have an obligation to serve everyone, right? And so I just want you, both of you, to take just a moment to talk about your journey, how you got to the position of leadership that you're in, and we'll just start with that. So Tamla, we'll start with you.
Well, first of all, no one told me I needed to wear my stunners because these lights are bright. Well, we're going to make it work. It is so good to be here. I had an opportunity to listen to the panelists throughout today, and I have nuggets of knowledge that I'm walking away with. So thank you for that. We are really a brilliant people. So appreciate that. So the journey, the first 20 plus years of my career, I was in human resources, in financial services, and then I moved into the energy space. I think if someone had asked me if I would be sitting in this spot in this industry, I would have said, get the heck out of here. But during my journey in the HR space, at one point I decided to take a risk to move over into the business and do something that I had never done before. And that risk allowed me to do other roles across the utility, and really that's kind of the way that I got into this role, and I've been in this role for 2 months now. It feels like 17 years. Mel?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I do want to thank Essence and also our peer utility, Entergy, for hosting this panel discussion. And if you saw the video, I absolutely love everything that we do and the mission that we have as a company. You know, we help to power the lives of our customers and also the vitality of our communities. So we serve a very important mission. But in that video, something that really caught my eye was the gumbo. Did you all see the gumbo in the video? The food looked amazing. But no, again, Melody Birmingham, I am Executive Vice President and Group President of the 6 utilities for NiSource. We're located in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland. And I'm very fortunate to represent almost 8,000 employees who support both our gas and electric businesses. My career started 31 years ago. The first 5 years of my career were spent in automotive. Graduated from Purdue University and hitched my car to the back of a U-Haul from West Lafayette, Indiana, and moved upstate New York to work for General Motors. 5 years after working in the electric utility industry, I was asked if I would consider a role working in generation at the electric utility in North Carolina. So I started my career 26 years ago in the electric utility, and I've worked all over the utility. I've relocated 8 times. I've served in 18 roles, and I've lived in 6 states. Across the utility industry, I was a maintenance superintendent at our generation plant, the first female and first Black woman in South Carolina. I also was general manager of field distribution operations, overseeing maintenance, resource, construction, management, project management, engineering, work management, as well as a number of other jobs and duties. After leaving the field, I became the president of Duke Energy Indiana, where I was president and CEO of Indiana. Thank you. And then went to corporate, served in a few roles before moving into C-suite at my former employer, Duke Energy. And then I've been with NiSource for 3 years, where I was brought over to lead innovation, technology, operations, and now all of the utilities. So it hasn't been a straight road. It hasn't been a short road, but it has been very worthwhile and varied.
And before you go on, John, you made the point about us sitting here on this couch, but Melody and I have something in common. Both of our CEOs are African American men.
Absolutely.
Both.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is a big deal.
It
That
is.
that does not take anything away from your journeys, which we want to talk about. But they are the CEOs of Fortune 500 publicly traded companies. And this is something that we have not seen in our industry in a very, very long time. And there's also an African-American female who was just named CEO of DTE
Yes,
Energy.
Joy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which
So
is awesome.
I think that deserves a round of applause in this industry.
That's right.
Very important work that's happening right now in our industry, whether it's artificial intelligence and the data centers associated with that. And we'll get to that. But I'm curious. I'm on social media sometimes, not as much as my daughter, you know.
He TikToks.
But you know, you see so often the first African American to do this, first African. It's almost, you know, I mean, it's just so many firsts,
Right.
you know, that I see all the time. But I really do want you two to put in perspective some of the unique challenges. What makes this unique? You know, that you two are sitting in these roles. What kind of challenges did you face to get to where you are?
Sure. So I'll go first. What makes it unique is not many people graduating from high school or college think to work for, you know, an electric utility company or a gas utility company. It isn't sexy. It isn't trendy. It isn't something you see the counselors talk about. And in all honesty, you know, we joke around internally, say it's a friends and family recruitment process, because these jobs that, you know, the entry-level jobs pay very well, and many of the employees, you know, refer their friends and their families because of the good-paying jobs that we have, as well as the benefits. Some of the challenges I had, and most of them were, again, as I said, I've lived in multiple states, was field operations. And I don't like to say being the first, bragging on it, because I think it's a shame. It's important that I wasn't the last. And so that was the most important thing. And I've been very happy to see a number of other Black women, you know, coming up in this industry since I've been here the past 26 years. But being in field operations, I've always been, you know, only female in most of the jobs, the only African American in most of the jobs that I've served in. And so, and most of my employees have been men and Caucasian men. Very rewarding experiences, whether it was in New York or South Carolina, North Carolina, Illinois, Indiana, or Ohio. Some very challenging. You know, when we think about diversity and inclusion, oftentimes we think about the diverse candidate having to be readily accepted and introduced into the organization so that person can feel comfortable. The same holds true for the non-diverse candidates as well, or parties of the relationship, so that they can embrace this person who's very different and who has a different background. So the initial challenges was fear of the unknown, people not knowing how to receive me, not knowing if I was a very dainty and soft woman coming into a very dirty and grimy and hard-skilled role. But over time, you know, and earning those stripes and humbling myself to the organization and those employees, it became a very rewarding experience.
Yeah, I'll start with the friends and family. Because it was friends and family, I have people in my organization that will tell me, my grandpa worked here, my daddy worked here, my brother worked here, and my mama worked here. And so when you are using friends and family as your only recruiting tool, what you have is you recruit people who look like you. That is kind of the history of the utility. So when you have people who come into that space that have different experiences, may look different, grew up different, have different backgrounds, it takes them aback a little bit. Prior to coming to Baltimore Gas and Electric, I was with our sister utility, Pepco Holdings, Inc. in Washington, D.C., and was also responsible for Atlantic City Electric and Delmarva Power. And I would do these road shows every quarter where I would visit all 22 of our service centers. And many of those service centers very much look like friends and family.
Your friends and family.
Not my friends. No, Pepco in DC, that was my friends and family. But when you were out and about, it wasn't even just that I was a woman. It wasn't even just that I was a Black woman. It was, you got a woman running operations who came from human resources. she don't know nothing about nothing. Also, the whole, oh, she's a woman, you know, these guys in the field, they're big dudes, and they would try to flex. So you would come in and they'd say, well, what about this? Okay, well, let's talk about it, let's go. So I do think, you know, being out there, making those connections, and giving folks an opportunity to get to know who you are. These are roles you cannot do from your office. You have to be out and about so that people get to, they don't have to like everything I say. They ain't coming to my house for dinner, I ain't going to their house for dinner. But we're gonna have a mutually respectful relationship, and you're gonna know where I'm coming from, and I'm gonna be open to that conversation and dialogue.
Yeah, I will tell you that, you know, being the only woman out in the field, and it's a very machismo, very macho culture, and you almost have to be because of the work that they do and the conditions they work in. I was 9 months pregnant pulling call. I had one of my field techs, there was a call I received in the middle of the night, had gotten injured. And it was before I was going out on maternity leave. And in South Carolina, I left out my hard hat, steel toe boots, my vest, in the middle of the night, 1:30 in the morning in the field. There's a newfound respect for that, to where they realize, you know, being a woman doesn't matter. It's really just being invested in the job.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this because you have an HR background and maybe you have a perspective on this. What's going on? I mean, why is it just now?
How much time do we have for this panel? Like, what did he just ask us? And you know what? John was backstage. We only have 25 minutes. And John said, I also want to ask this. And I said, John, we have 25 minutes.
You
and then
only
he said,
have this opportunity once.
Wait.
I mean, I got to get it.
Then he said, we're live streaming. I don't want you and Melody to say anything that's going to get us in trouble. And Melody said, well, it depends on how you ask the question. If we had to pop off or not.
I know.
And then he says,
"Oh, I'm from Chicago."
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering. What's going on in the industry for the both of you and so many others to begin receiving these leadership opportunities now? You know, have you thought about, you know, what's going on in the industry and why this is happening right now?
I think people just woke up.
Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah. Right. Go ahead.
No, I think that's right. I think businesses, organizations really are starting to see that they get markedly better results when you have a diverse leadership team.
Absolutely.
And if I look at where we were 10, 15 years ago, our leadership team didn't look like this. We certainly didn't have a brown man sitting in a CEO position. And at that time, our reliability wasn't what it needed to be. How we managed our financials wasn't what it needed to be. And since that time, since we have diversified that leadership team, all of those metrics have gone up and continue to go up.
Absolutely. I agree. We're, you know, at the very top of the performance that we've seen at my company in over 10, probably 20 years, and still making significant strides and improvement. I don't think there is any one thing, John, because, you know, the CEO, Lloyd Yates, who I work for, he's been in this industry for about 40 years. He started his career out as a nuclear operator from Philly, okay? And so you put in the time, you earn the stripes. Should have been CEO 10 years ago. But, you know, he became CEO back in February of 2022. When you have demonstrated time and time again with consistency and with high levels of quality and the execution and producing talent and the people you select and you're getting results, you can only deny me so many times until you really, really need me to help improve your culture, turn around your performance. And so now is the time. It's a great time. Why not now? Should have been sooner, but glad, it is now. As I've shared, I've been all over the industry. I've worked ops, I've worked corporate, I've worked, state, local. Where else do I have to work, right?
Yes, good question. Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit now about strategic priorities. When I think about the industry and where it's headed, I talked a little bit about artificial intelligence and the incredible consumption of energy that the data centers are using, and it's posing all sorts of challenges for utilities right now. So I know that's a priority for us. I know it's a priority for other utilities, but I'm curious, what is it that you're working on? What is it that's important to you in your business right now?
Affordability for our customers. I mean, that at the end of the day, baseline, Melody and I have to deliver gas and electric safely and reliably, period. But now there's this piece that we have always paid attention to, but it's becoming more of a focal issue for the industry because we don't have the level of supply that we need in many of the states that we operate in. So I'm in Maryland. Maryland only produces 60% of the power that they actually use. So that means 40% of the power is being imported in from other states. So what happens when you have high demand, low supply? The prices go up significantly. And guess what? When you get your bill, it says Baltimore Gas and Electric. It doesn't say the suppliers. I don't own any generation. I don't own gas. I don't own any electricity. So I'm not generating power. We're getting that from third parties, and they determine the price. It's a competitive market. So they're saying, hey, there's a real demand for this. We're going to take the price up here. But at the end of the day, our customers are looking at me saying, what are you going to do to lower our energy prices? So we are currently working with government officials. We are working with the governor, the overall state, to say what is the pathway to basically relieve this energy desert that we have, because the real problem ends up being all of the utilities across Exelon sit in major cities. We're in DC, we're in Baltimore, we're in Philly, we're in South Jersey, we're in Wilmington, we're in Chicago. And so the most vulnerable communities that are being impacted by this are brown communities. So we have got to be part of the solution in solving this issue that is a longer term issue for the state. So a lot of partnership right now to try to solve a pretty complex issue.
Absolutely. I'll add on to that. How many of you are familiar with AI and what is actually occurring today? Okay. AI, artificial intelligence has evolved to generative artificial intelligence, which kicks it up to another level. But what it does is it will allow us to really be competitive as a country, to deliver services in a more efficient way and products in a more efficient way through the use of enabling technology. And it allows us as a country to compete with other countries. We are expecting the capacity needs of our systems, our independent system operators, be it PJM, MISO, to triple over the next 5 years. And so this is bigger than what would have been the industrial revolution when we started manufacturing at the pace in which it is moving. So it's moving very quickly. And these hyperload, what we call data center or hyperload customers, they need so much capacity and so much energy that in order to meet that demand, we have to make sure everything is working in perfect coordination, because speed to market is the name of the game. So they need solar, they want wind, and those are renewable generation solutions or assets, but they also need dispatchable generation, which is nuclear, coal, natural gas, and there are some other technologies out there because they want to make sure when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, they still need power. And that's where your dispatchable generation comes into play. So in terms of what our strategic priorities are, customer affordability, absolutely. But as we're starting to see more and more interest from these data centers coming into our service territory, customer protection is an area that my team and company is focusing on. And what that means is, as you bring in these super users of energy and everything that will be needed to support those users, I need to make sure that my native load customers, my residential customers, my small and medium business customers, and industrial customers, I'm protecting them from if this large user were to leave the system and leave me with stranded assets. You understand what I'm saying? So protecting the customer is critically important as we are now seeing these data centers, and we don't see it as a challenge, see it as a great opportunity. We welcome data centers to come into our service territory, and we have a lot of interest in our state. What I will also say, because I know we're running out of time, this is an area that I would highly recommend that you, your children, learn more about, because this is really powering our future. So a lot will change, I anticipate, over the next few to 5 years as a result of AI. But as those changes are occurring, we're being more adaptable, we're being more flexible, and we're working with our state legislators, as well as I oversee our DC office, working with the federal administration to help us support this new growth.
So we've only got a few seconds left. And so I was going to ask you, we have an obligation to serve all of our customers. I'm just curious, what obligation do you have being in this role that you're in? How do you view your obligation to your community?
Well,
in 30 seconds.
Oh, why do you say that when he turned it to me? That's rude. Yeah, so community is everything. Melody kind of laid out what we're dealing with in the industry in terms of load growth and protecting customers. Even though we are not driving the supply prices up, we know we have an obligation to relieve some of the stress and the struggle that our customers are going through. We recently announced a customer relief fund for $15 million for BGE customers that can go in, and you have to qualify, but really focused on helping our most vulnerable customers. So we have got to be there for our customers, whether it's workforce development, economic development, making sure that they're not making a decision between my gas bill and my medicine, but literally we need to be there for our customers every day.
Absolutely. And absolutely. I know, please wrap up. I see it.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say our time is up, unfortunately, but can we give these ladies a round of applause? There's no wonder they're in the jobs that they're in. Thank you so much.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Welcome back. your host, Alencia Johnson.
Give it up for our panelists one more time. And give it up for yourselves for still being here this afternoon. So I told you all we are going to globalize this conversation with two dignitaries who have made their way here to be with us, to have a conversation on why you should consider investing in the continent of Africa and whether our current global political environment supports it. So please welcome Dr. Elsie Kanza, Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania to the United States of America. We also have Christopher Kirigua, Deputy Ambassador and the National Treasury Chief Representative for the Republic of Kenya to the United States of America. And moderating this conversation will be Frank Holland, who is an anchor and reporter for CNBC.
Thank you, Alencia. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, we're gonna have a really interesting conversation. Why don't we start off here? Has anyone ever been to Tanzania? Raise your hands. See a few, I see a few. What about, has anybody been to Kenya? All right, we're gonna take you there economically, financially, hopefully emotionally, maybe a little bit of emotions too. So we're gonna get started. Ambassador Elsie, let's begin with you. Let's talk about the mission for your ambassadorship in the consulate when it comes to the United States economically.
Thank you, Frank, and good afternoon to everyone. Since very few of you have been to Tanzania, I'm going to kick off just by situating Tanzania for you. Tanzania is a peaceful, democratic, and politically stable country located in the eastern part of Africa. Tanzania borders 8 countries, 6 of which are landlocked. And in terms of geographical size, we're twice the size of the state of California and 1.4 times the size of the state of Texas. About 35% of the country is under conservation. That's about the same, it's equivalent to the size of the UK, Netherlands, and Switzerland combined. So you should visit. Key attractions, as Frank alluded to, is the beautiful islands of Zanzibar. We have the highest mountain in Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro, as well as the magnificent Serengeti National Park. More important, we have one of 2 female presidents, heads of state in Africa. Our president is Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. I serve her. She appointed me in 2021 when she became president after our president passed away. So under the Constitution, and under the Constitution, she was vice president and took over as president. And a key focus of her leadership is in transforming the country by putting the private sector into the driver's seat. And so since 2021, a big focus has been on improving the business environment and tackling challenges that the private sector is facing, both the local private sector and the international private sector. And to cut a long story short, we currently hold East Africa's highest credit rating, with a B1 rating from Moody's and a B+ rating from Fitch, which is really a testament of the efforts that have been made to improve that environment. In terms of what we focus on, President Samia's mandate to her ambassadors is to drive our commercial diplomatic relations. And so I spend most of my time with my team focused on increasing trade, investment, and tourism between the US and Tanzania. The US is the largest source of our tourists outside of Africa. So that goes without saying. Our challenge is that our brand is very much associated with tourism and development, because until USAID ceased its activities, we were also one of the leading recipients of support from USAID. And so this rebranding and repositioning has been critical. Key focus is just attributes, and so I'll quickly just touch on that and wrap up. We are a big country, as I said, geographically, and what that translates into is that natural resources are a key driver of our economy. We are a mineral-rich country. We're rich in critical minerals, rare earth metals, industrial minerals, precious and semi-precious stones. The Tanzanite is sourced only from Tanzania, for example. We have the world's second largest helium deposit, for instance, nickel, considered one of the best deposits in the world. As an example, for agriculture, agriculture is one of our 3 key exports from the country. Again, for instance, we're the largest producer of pulses in Africa. And really, we could go on and on, but the key message was, because the US is such a big market, it's very important to focus on where we could make a difference. And that was only in terms of trade, areas where we are top 5 producers in Africa or potential to be, or top 10 producers or potential to be. Apart from that, we all know infrastructure is a challenge, and so that's also been an area of discussion with the American private sector, with energy being a major attraction, and it's also an issue across the continent. So at the beginning of this year, Tanzania hosted the Africa Energy Summit under Mission 300, and this is a mission to connect 300 million Africans by 2030. And lastly, in terms of just investment opportunities, in terms of FDI, the telco industry leads in terms of investment from the US to Tanzania. And healthcare, obviously, because it was a major recipient of aid from USAID, has also been very strong in terms of attracting investment from the US.
As Ambassador Elsie mentioned, it's a very diverse country, a very diverse economy. If you've ever been to the Serengeti, it's very beautiful. So Zanzibar, an island in the Indian Ocean. So 2 very beautiful parts of Tanzania. I want to go to Tanzania's neighbor to the north, Kenya. Ambassador Chris, can we talk to us about your mission when it specifically comes to the U.S. and some of the economic goals for Kenya?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. First, I'd like to greet each one of you here. It's great to see the large numbers of people, and also great to see the number of people who've been able to visit Kenya. As a mission, we look at it, the US as a strategic partner. And this forum, and I really thank what Alfonso and his team has done in terms of bringing the Black society together. Now, as a mission, we look at, one thing is economic diplomacy. The African Americans and Africans have always tried to to create bridges between each other. But it's proven to be a challenge over time. Yeah? It is an opportunity that is untapped and something that needs to change with each one of us. As Kenyan Embassy, what we're looking at, and part of the Kenya government, is to get these linkages with our diaspora. We see each one of you, the Black community, as our diaspora. We look at you as potential partners to come in and invest together. The only way we can be able to bridge this, create bridges between the 2 of us is if we find long-term partnerships, and there's no better partnership than investment partnerships. So we are here to engage with you about the opportunities which are available. Kenya is well known for its Silicon Savannah. We are very big in tech. One of the biggest innovations in the world is M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a financial inclusion platform, mobile platform, which was created in Kenya, that has become a global platform which you enable to transfer money all over the world. We're happy to change ideas. So as we sit at the embassy, we look at ourselves as partners to come in to build these bridges on the economic side. We also look at the bilateral side, where we look at enhancing our relationships between the US and Kenya, yeah? And not just Kenya, Kenya and Africa. Yeah? So we're looking at ourselves as a bridge, but obviously I know my sister, Ambassador Elsa, who I've known for over 15 years, we have a lot of similarities as countries. So, and there are loads of areas we can complement each other, so we do not need to compete. Yeah? And the opportunity is so large that you do not need to just look at one country. And Africa is extremely big, but the size of opportunity is equally to the size of the continent.
Kenya, also a very beautiful place. As you mentioned, Nairobi is a tech hub. Microsoft, a number of other big tech companies have a big presence there in Nairobi. Ambassador Elsie, I want to come back over to you. You mentioned the bond rating of Tanzania. That's one way to, credit rating, excuse me. How would you like to see Americans get involved in investing in Tanzania? What ways can they do that actively?
Excellent question. So one of my biggest challenges when I arrived, September 2021, with this mission to advance our commercial diplomacy relations, is that I discovered our trade numbers were very low. So trade with the US was about $380 million. Our largest trading partner being China at over $8 billion, 8 billion, not million. That was in 2023. We're India's second largest trading partner in Africa, and in 2023, we're already over $6 billion. And so sitting with my counterparts in the USG and saying these numbers are not reflective of the size of the American economy and the potential that Tanzania is proving, right? So it's real. We need to figure out what's not working for the American private sector, because clearly there are obstacles that need to be tackled. So what tools do you have or instruments that are available in other countries that we don't have with Tanzania? So this led to, for example, a signing of an MOU with US Exim Bank in 2023 for $500 million of exports from the US. It's all about exports from the US. You won't believe that until now, less than $50 million of exports from the US have been unlocked with the support and the backing of the US government. So this continues to be a challenge. You know, why doesn't the average American private sector, and I've been around the country, why aren't they trading with Africa? And I would start off by asking, who are your top 10 export destinations if you were trading? Why don't you have Africa? In all the states I've been to, no African country ranks in the top 10. As long as you're exporting, and we are importing what you are exporting, but we're importing it from Europe, we're importing from Asia, we're not importing from the US. Where's the gap, and how do we close that gap? And one of the measures we took, this is government to government, so we have to fix this, but it looks like there's infrastructure that's missing, is we signed a commercial dialogue framework with the Department of Commerce, which provides a platform where the government can receive feedback from the private sector, both on the US side and the Tanzania side, and then leverage all instruments possible to turn the situation around and make Tanzania and Africa, because as I said, we border 8 countries, 6 of which are landlocked, so we're always thinking about access. They depend on access to the port through Tanzania, is how we then leverage the opportunity that presents. We have regional economic blocks. Tanzania is part of EAC, Kenya is part of. By the way, Kenya is one of our top export market destinations, and they're also one of our top investors. So that's how close we are. And SADC, which is Southern Africa Development Community, and this is a market of 500 million people. So the market opportunity, Tanzania is too small. We're about 65 million people, 75% under the age of 30. So clearly the purchasing power, if you just focus on Tanzania, is not there. You need to look at a much bigger area. And so these regional economic blocks, and that's why my brother was talking about us working together. We're not competing. We need each other so that we can become a viable market.
Why don't we talk a little bit about that? If you've been to East Africa, you generally see American HVAC units. You see a lot of Pringles, oddly enough. Everybody likes Pringles there, it seems like. What things could entrepreneurs here in the U.S. potentially sell into that market that people are looking for? You mentioned it's a very young population, about 75% of the population under the age of 30.
I invite my brother to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for that. I'll say this, first, number one, is to look at the key sectors. The first thing you look at when you're coming into a market, not just a continent of Africa, the first thing you look at is viability of projects and the commercial viability of projects, yeah, and long-term sustainability of the industry you're getting into. There are quite a number of, so let me start here first, number one. When anyone talks about Africa, they look at the risks. But I'll tell you about the risks in Africa. Majority of the risks you see in Africa are perceived risks, not actually real risks, yeah? Now, what Africa offers you is actually opportunities. Before lunch, there was a panelist of extremely talented ladies who were here talking about the issue of marketing, where we need to market ourselves better, and Africa also needs to do that much better. But this starts by each one of us stepping up and looking at the opportunities and seeing how we can collaborate. There's a great company we have in Washington, D.C., that is actually an American-owned company It's called HQ, and John Barnes, I believe, is somewhere here, runs that company. That company has been able to establish a private members club in Kenya, in Nairobi. That club is frequented by Americans, by Kenyans, by everyone, international visitors, and it's top. It's not any different from what's here. John told me the other day that it was much easier to get that company registered than he had to register a company in Washington, D.C. So it's not complex to do stuff in Africa, but let me get you into the real stuff. When you get into Africa, and I keep telling people, when you see a bad airport, don't see that as, oh, Africa has bad infrastructure. Look at that airport as an opportunity. I look at New York, the New York JFK. JFK is actually currently under, what do you call this? They've got new terminals being built up. And it was actually very amazing, because actually I just did Google. I looked at the companies who were developing that company. It's actually African-American, it's an African-American consortium that's developing JFK. Why can those consortiums be brought into Africa? Now let's talk about, when we talked about size and scale. An airport, to develop an airport, a lot of black-owned businesses will share away because of the size. It costs about $3 billion to develop an airport. Now, how many people have that kind of money? Not too many. How many people have the brains to get that? Very many. Now, this is how we do it. There are very many instruments in the US, for example, which are owned by the US government, which are available for Americans of all races, all colors. And one of them is what USTDA offers. USTDA offers project development of up to $2 million for you to develop, to do a feasibility study on a project. That needs to be used much more by African Americans to look for opportunities in Africa. That $2 billion can easily unlock a lot of African Americans doing new opportunities in various sectors. I'm talking about airports. There's very many airports required in Africa. Energy sector is a huge area of opportunity when you're looking at transmission lines, power generation, when you look at the technology side, building data centers. I loved when the lady spoke here earlier about AI. AI does not have sufficient data that talks to us. Africa is an area whereby data about Africans can be pulled from Africa. But this requires, American companies, hopefully one of you here, to invest in data centers and AI and to partner up with Africans. If you look at when people talk about risk in Africa, and you wonder, why are people from the East, primarily, look at how China is very vested in Africa. There are very many American companies in Africa, but very few African Americans. One thing I'll say from a Kenya government, we're looking at you as partners. Yeah? We're looking at you as partners, and we will welcome you to invest, and we will walk you through the journey. The regulatory frameworks are already set. So you don't, and by the way, they're not different from here. If you want to do a big infrastructure project or a small infrastructure project in Africa and in Kenya, it's the same platform that you go with right here. As I've told you, John Barnes invested in a business in Kenya. It was easier for him to set up in Kenya than he did in Washington, D.C. So we welcome investments. So just the last point here is, Africa also offers you something that people don't take advantage of, is the availability of capital markets. So you do not need to come in with your own money to develop big projects. You can be able to leverage on the local financial markets, which is banks, and the capital markets. And environments like Kenya, we have had the most stable currency in the continent. Coupled with that, very controlled inflation rates. So it's not any different from anywhere else in the world. So we do welcome you. And actually, I'll say this, leverage on people like John Barnes, who can tell you their journey of investments. And you start with one small investment, it can scale up into huge investments. And there's no other continent with the level of opportunities like Africa.
If I may jump in now.
Of course, Ambassador Elsa, you should.
So back to your question, Frank. In terms of B2C, for a long time we've had companies like Coca-Cola and PepsiCo, been in Tanzania and many countries. in Africa for a while, P&G. We have, in recent years, seen KFC, Pizza Hut franchises springing up and expanding. Marriott owns multiple properties. Now they're actually going in directly to invest. So the hospitality industries is picking up. My team and I focus a lot more on B2G and B2B. Because our interest is to get our trade figures to where our trade figures with China are, and we're not going to get there fast with the B2C. It needs to be more of a B2B. With B2B, key imports from the US is equipment, mining equipment, agricultural equipment, transportation equipment, and components. As a government, over the last 5 years, we spent over $1 billion buying aircraft from Boeing, including Africa's first freight carrier, so actually designed as a freight carrier, not repurposed. And quite frankly, the key thing is that we need business and business to meet and interact. So advocating for trade missions, reverse trade missions. In terms of facilitative bodies, we have an MOU with the US Chamber of Commerce, Corporate Council on Africa. Last year in May, we launched a Tanzania Trade Office in Dallas, invited by the mayor of Dallas, as well as the Tanzanian American Chamber of Commerce to support that. So again, how do we create this environment and infrastructure that can support B2B engagement backed by the government? In terms of Trade Office, we were the first African country and the second country after France. And I'm happy to share that the mayor of Dallas will be visiting Tanzania in 2 weeks' time, and we'll be signing a sister city cooperation agreement between Dallas and Tanzania, and that will be the first cooperation agreement they have with an African country. So I'm saying all of this to say that we're making a lot of efforts to ensure that the governments and everything they can bring to the table is really centered on supporting all the needs and the concerns and the gaps and really just incentivizing the environment so that we can be equally as attractive as investing in Asia, investing in Latin America, and those instruments are in place. But ultimately, you need to meet your counterparts, as my brother from Kenya said, because you need local partners. And so anything we can do that can facilitate B2B. B2G is pretty straightforward. We have international tenders. It's e-procurement. Everything is online. You have to go in and bid the same way you would do here. That's open to the whole world. And so again, it's also an opportunity, happy to share how you can do that and go into the portal and see what's available. But the opportunity is there.
I think a lot of people are going to be inspired by what they're hearing today. So Ambassador, let's start with you. If someone wants to start a business in Kenya, or if they just want to visit and just kind of see the business landscape, where should they start?
Actually, I'll say it's a global rule book. First, number one, the way you look for business in Asia is not any different from how you look for business in Africa. First, look at the priorities for the country. Look at their roadmap. Look at their long-term sustainable plans. In Kenya, we've got a Vision 2030. Look at that and pick up opportunities. However, that does not include all the emerging opportunities. So I will say is that bring innovation. For example, our Vision 2030 does not have AI included into that. It's because AI is very recent, even right here. Yeah. So look at the emerging trends and see what you can do to scale up. Now, scale is critical because when you look at Africa and talk about a country, you can say that Kenya is too small with a $100 million deal, or a $20 million deal is too small. However, if you look at even just a $5 million deal, but you can replicate it times 100, that's $500 million in deals. Yeah. So one thing that I'll say is look at the long-term plan for a country and look at how you can replicate these opportunities. Yeah. But to a point that Ambassador Elsa said, Kanza, sorry. Look at partnerships. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. Look for friends, look for partners. There are big farms which are in the US that are based in Kenya or anywhere in Africa. Look at them, get from the experience and see what you can do to enter the markets.
Is there a Nairobi Chamber of Commerce? Is there like a starting point where you can go and get business resources?
Absolutely. We've got Kenya Investment Council. You can access them 24 hours. To set up a business, by the way, to register a business in Kenya can be done in 2 hours. Yeah? 2 hours. Much better than almost anywhere in the world. Yeah? So that is available for you. And to get all the data, it's available online. We do have a Chamber of Commerce. We've got Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Kenya Manufacturing KEPSA. We've got many platforms that enable you come to the table and leverage on people like us, because we'll enable you and walk you through the journey to invest in Kenya. And before you take the mic from me, let me say this. It's very important to highlight this. I've never seen a forum like this before, with loads of African Americans sitting on one table to look at how to advance each other. I would encourage Alfonso on this. And actually, I want to challenge Alfonso on this. I want to see the GBEF come to Africa, and we will walk you through to invest in Africa. Yeah? And Kenya is offering a space for that. And lastly, we've talked about the serious stuff. Africa is also the home of fun.
All right, we got to end on that note. Ambassador Elsie, I want to give you one last, because we are out of time. If someone wants to directly invest in Tanzania, do you have some similar organizations, like he's saying Kenya Invest and also the Nairobi Chamber of Commerce? What are some similar organizations in Tanzania?
We have similar organizations. So we have Tanzania Investment Center, for example. Tanzania is a union of Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. So investment is not a union matter. So we also have a Zanzibar Investment Promotion Agency. And we have umbrella bodies for different kinds of associations, including trade-related associations. But if you don't mind, before you take my mic away, I'd just like to build on something that Ambassador Chris shared about being in a room with the group of African American executives, private sector. This is actually my second time. I spent a lot of time with the National Institute for Minority Economic Development in North Carolina after I attended their annual convention 3 years ago. For the first time, we worked together after I first spoke there, and we managed to get a mission of 12 business executives visiting Tanzania in March of this year. The number was bigger, but then after the elections, a lot of people decided to wait it out. As we left the country from their one-week mission, several of them were already opening offices, speaking, they'd already connected with lawyers, they were getting going, they had seen how they could hit the ground running. And so I'm just sharing that because there's a group out there that, where they can share what they saw. They were able to engage with African Americans who are invested in Tanzania. Some of you may not know that we were home to many of the advocates and champions of the Black Panther, for example, so the civil rights movement. So we have strong communities of African Americans, and they gave very frank perspectives also about what it means to be an African American doing business in a country like Tanzania or otherwise. So I would be very open to helping to make those connections because it's helpful to get a true picture of how to get going.
All right, we do have to leave the conversation there. Ambassador Elsie Kanza, Ambassador Chris Kariuga, big round of applause, come on. And I think they'll be available if you want to find more information about how to invest in either country. Francisco. Hey everybody, we're going to get our next panel started. Give everybody a chance to get settled. We are going to get to our next panel right now. All right, the name of this panel is The Future of Venture Capitalism, Investments, and Philanthropy into Black Founders in the Age of Assaults on DEI. I want to bring out our esteemed panel. I'm going to stand back up myself, actually. All right, first up, we want to bring out Melissa Bradley. Melissa Bradley is the co-founder of venture-backed Eureka, a tech platform where small businesses gain unprecedented access to expertise needed to grow their business. She's also the founder of 1863 Ventures. Big round of applause. Mylan Dennerstein is the litigation partner at the New York office of Gibson, Dunning, Crutcher. Mylan is also co-chair of the Public Policy Practice Group and a member of the Crisis Management Trials, White Collar Defense and Investigations, Financial Institutions, Labor and Employment, Securities Litigation. Wow, so this is quite a title. And Appellate Practice Groups. Big round of applause. Kara James, the president and CEO of Grant Makers in Health. Prior to joining GIH, she served as director of the Office of Minority Health at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, where she provided leadership, vision, and direction to advance the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CMS goals related to reducing disparities and achieving health equity for vulnerable populations. One more round of applause. And Erica Seth Davies is the CEO of RIA Ventures, which aims to transform the U.S. market for sexual, reproductive, and maternal health into a vibrant and equitable one through its impact investing, ecosystem building, corporate engagement, and narrative change work. One bigger round of applause. I'm a big guy. Ladies, thank you for joining us. We got to get started. We're already 2 minutes in right now. Melissa, I'm going to start off with you. Right now, we're looking at a situation where a lot of founders are facing issues getting funding. Just give us a general picture of the landscape right now.
So I think it's important to note that what's happening now for Black founders is not new, right? This is a long arc of, I would say, historical racism and marginalization around preventing Black founders and their communities from creating wealth. So right now, statistically, we know that Black founders spend at least $250,000 more to start the same exact business as their white peers. We also know that Black businesses, despite the stats, actually last longer than the average 5 years. They last 8.5 years. However, the longevity does not correlate to access to capital. And so I think what you're seeing as the plight of Black founders is twofold. One, as Black people, resilient, focused, concerned about our community. I think what they're facing is a lot of fear, a lot of suspicion around what they can and cannot do, and I think just obviously general racism. I think the challenge that we have is that why this is happening is not just because of race. I think the fear piece is even bigger, because the recognition right now that this country has forfeited at least $300 billion just in the last 3 years because of their racism. And when you have a place like Citigroup that said $16 trillion has been cost because of racism, I think what that says is that Black founders are constantly facing a wind tunnel whereby this country has said, I would prefer to support racism than I would prefer to support my own economic well-being.
So Mylan, coming over to you, one of the issues for funders is just simply fear. Fear of regulation, fear of some type of backlash from potentially the government, but also just the perception out there that you're doing something that may, quote unquote, be illegal. If you're someone who's a founder, how do you work around that to get more funding?
That's a great point, and I think you can see why Melissa is my expert in all of my cases, because she has so much knowledge and experience. I think that the fear, I mean, you'd have to really not be in this country right now to not see the fear and the way our government is operating. And I think what's really critical is to know what's going on and to really know the law, which sounds like, but I didn't go to law school and, you know, laws are annoying. But that's why you find people like me who can help guide you to make sure you can continue to do what you're doing. If you're a philanthropic organization, to continue to focus on your mission and your goals. Because oftentimes, you know, we've been advising, was it really like 2 years ago, we were here, three, when the Supreme Court eliminated affirmative action in higher education at this conference. And, you know, we know where the court is. I don't think there's a lot of debate about that. So if you can recognize that and you can think about, hey, this is what I want to do, how do I get there? My job is to help you do that, and that's what lawyers should do. So I think while there's fear and it's real, it can be overcome. And we can all continue to do what we do, but you know, a lot of lawyers might give very conservative advice. And I don't view myself as not giving, I give very strong advice, but I'm gonna try to find a practical solution. And I think that's in part because of my background as a person of color who understands what's going on in our communities. So I also think you need that kind of perspective as well.
Kara, you say you're more focused on inclusive decision-making and also creating a framework to help investors just kind of navigate some of that. What does that mean?
So I think, first of all, so we at Grantmakers in Health, we work with foundations across the country. So I think there is a lot of fear in foundations who are also trying to figure out how to protect their grantees and protect themselves from potential risk. And when we think about inclusive decision-making, it includes including the communities that are involved in the conversations. And so foundations are doing that in a couple of ways. Some of them can be simple advisory committees, and then some of them have actually set up committees that are making decisions about who's getting funding. And so that's some of the ways in which you're seeing more inclusive conversations. But I think that we also have foundations that are standing very firm in their focus on health equity, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. But as you think about, like, how do they also minimize risk so that, as one foundation president said, we don't have any long-necked turkeys, because in that diversity, equity, and inclusion executive order, foundations were named as one of the groups who could be targets for potential litigation, and nobody really wants to stick their head up and be that person.
Carrie, you also say that the risk of backing down is bigger than the risk of going forward. What exactly does that mean? I mean, Erica, I'm sorry. I apologize, Carrie.
That's okay. We all look alike.
You do not. You're all beautiful in your own distinct ways. You're all beautiful. I'm not even letting that one ride.
I got you, Frank. I got you. You know.
Yeah. You know. Everybody here is beautiful in their own way. So to be clear.
And now I have to follow that. So, in that is the idea that this is going to create not just more harm, but this, I mean, how regressive this is. We actually know what's happening because we've seen this before. So this is a very old playbook in the United States of America, and so we know where this goes. And when I look out on the landscape of the work that we do at the intersections of racial equity, women's health, and capital, it is actually costing our economy on a regular basis billions of dollars not to address the inequities. There is a cost when everyone isn't fully participating, excuse me, in our economic growth. And so there's a danger of actual harm, and then there's a continued danger of retraction, right? Like, we're in a moment of retrenchment, and we've seen what this looks like before, whether it was coming out of the Civil War and after the era of Reconstruction, what happened after the civil rights movement with mass incarceration, and where we are today. So we actually know what happens next. And so backing down is actually letting power know what power can do before they even come for you. And so for us, it was what's legal and what's our risk tolerance. And so as long as we stay on the other side of what is legal, and can have a conversation about risk tolerance, we're much more confident about moving our work forward and not backing down, and giving folks permission to continue to do these harmful things, like releasing all kinds of crazy executive orders. And like you said, we know where the courts are on all of this. And so kind of operating in a space of forward movement and progress, regardless of what's happening in the environment, because to do otherwise is going to be far more harmful.
All right, so it's one thing not to back down. Melissa, I'm going to come back over to you, but is this the time to be bold? You know, there are some times in life where it's time to put your head down. Is this the time to put your head down, or is this the time to be bold and push back?
This is the time that I think Black people need to call on their ancestors for strength, for wisdom, and for confidence. Black on Black crime is real. So we know there are some people that are backing down. but I don't think that we can. Right? I think that if we back down now, all that we have achieved is just lost. And I think particularly now, if people saw the movie Antebellum, which to me was the scariest thing, but I think we're living it now, if we back down now, then there will be no turning back. Right? If you think about the bill that just happened, the current president is just literally annihilating every group of color. And as always, who's it going to be on? The black people. And I think that if, I was born here. You can send me anywhere, but this is where I was born. And I think that we have to, whether we love this country or hate this country, recognize that this is very much our fight, as long as our indigenous peoples fight, who clearly have no voice. And I think if we back down, I think our ancestors are going to be pissed as shit. And I think that there will be no coming back. But let me just say this, but I recognize what that means for us, right? As we sit here at the Global Black Economic Forum, see people who look fly. I didn't see the Louboutins. I didn't see the Rolexes. I didn't see the diamonds. I didn't see it all. That may mean that we have to sacrifice some shit. And I think that's the real question. I don't think, it could just be you bump me in the line. We ain't backing down, we bucking up. But right now, to Erica's point, the opportunity cost is greater. And I think black people have to look in the mirror and say, what am I willing to lose of my own, for my people, and our collective preservation?
So Mylene, coming back to you, what resources do people in the business community have to push back against some changes, whether it's regulation, literal laws, or just sentiment that's against black founders?
I think Melissa said it quite right. We have each other. And this is a time where I think we really need to be thoughtful and introspective and deliberate. When you go to war, you're not going to fight every battle. That's not how you win. And we have to be strategic about how to get to the end game, which is winning. And like Melissa, I think we have no option. So there are a lot of resources. There are different groups who are like the Global Black Economic Forum. I have partnered with Alfonso David and my law firm to represent foundations who need advice, pro bono. So there are people out there who are willing to do this work to get you to your end game. But I also think we all have individual responsibilities. So I'm going to give an example, but Melissa is running a fund to invest in groups, minority businesses, and the black partners at Gibson Dunn are contributing because we can do that, and we're doing it because we want to, and it's important, but we're not doing it through an organization. We're not doing it because we're going to get a tax exemption. We're doing it because we have to make sure that businesses survive, because like Melissa, I'm from this country. My great-great-grandmother was a slave. My great-great-grandfather was a slave in Virginia and North Carolina. Like, this is my home, and they suffered way too much for me to, I do like nice things. I'm not gonna lie, and I really like nice vacations. But we've just—
You got the eye.
True. So, but way too much. We have to engage. And you talked about risk tolerance, and I think this is really important too, is oftentimes some of the groups that we've been involved with get sued for things that I would say are on their websites and aren't always necessary to accomplish their mission. So take it down and don't do that. Do the really great work you're doing. But sometimes you need somebody like me to tell you that because, we want people to be able, organizations to function, and we were talking about this behind stage. Being sued is not fun. It's a lot of burden on an organization, and so we want to avoid that and accomplish the mission if possible.
Melissa mentioned that this is nothing new, having issues getting funding. I actually talked to a lot of founders, and they say the time after George Floyd, that was kind of a reprieve, and now it's kind of back to where it was before. If you look at the jobs report today, you saw disparities in employment. Black unemployment rose quite significantly over the last year. You're really focused on health disparities. If this is going to be a long-term fight as a community, what health disparities should we be focused on?
We don't have enough time for all of those. I think, so one, the jobs report, we've had economic disparities for time immemorial. So that's not new. And I think one of the things when we think about this, we have been somewhat here before. So we've seen resurgence and we've seen advancement in health equity and we've seen people pull back. I think about, the time after the Affordable Care Act passed and we had some progress in terms of getting people covered. But we also have seen people pull back on programs as they've been threatened about suits around these programs are trying to increase Black, minority, other groups in terms of doctors, lawyers, health policy folks, whatever. This is not necessarily something that is new, but this is definitely different. In terms of health disparities, we're in New Orleans. Louisiana has one of the worst maternal mortality rates, and it also has one of the worst infant mortality rates. That is something that we also have an issue, and I'm going back to Nadine's comments about the data. We have lost the CDC division that tracks pregnancy risk assessments monitoring system. That's gone. We don't have data in other spaces. We're also looking at the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. That is the one that tells us about our adolescents' mental and behavioral health needs. We still have a mental health crisis. We still have a substance use crisis in this country. Those are not going away, and not having the data just makes us blind. If you have a leak in your house, you don't close the door and just hope the leak goes away. That's going to get worse, but that's what we're doing in so many places. But those are just a couple of them, and then with the bill that passed, we are going to see significant people who are uninsured, which means they're going to delay getting their care. It's going to be more costly when they get it. It's going to be less likely to be curable, and they are going to have worse health outcomes, and unfortunately, people are going to die. That's what we're looking at as we move forward.
Wow, a very sobering message. Yeah. Erica, coming over to you, you're saying we can't back down. It's one thing not to back down, but are there areas that we can proceed, or are areas that, I don't know if it's under the radar is the right term, but areas where we can make progress that maybe aren't in the spotlight right now or at the attention of people that don't want you to have access to funding or don't want you to connect with the funders?
Sure. So it's going to require creativity, I think, but we're good at that, right? Like Black folks are resilient and we are creative, we're innovative. And I frequently say in a space where everyone is excited about innovation around venture capital, that your next best innovation actually is equity, because we've done everything. We've extracted and exploited so much that there is only sort of growth and opportunity is the next thing that we can do for innovation. And so getting more creative about some of the ways that we use the existing instruments that are out here, using donor-advised funds a little bit more frequently so that we can actually use philanthropic capital to resource for-profit enterprises. Looking at catalytic capital, everything doesn't have to be market rate return. You can actually just say, you know what's enough before observing an investment or deciding who to fund or how to deploy capital. So we're thinking about this much more creatively, encouraging others to do the same as you shared, right? Like just making direct investments at this point. So folks are going to have to skill up on some things so that we are collectively and individually moving those resources much more intentionally than maybe we've had to for the last few years, especially since George Floyd, because there was a lot of money moving. Those of us who've been doing this for a while knew that window was going to close. And so everybody was like, okay, we'll do what we can, but we know that this is not going to last because of that history that I mentioned before of retrenchment. And so again, what are the creative things that we can do to build? Because once the destruction has been laid, we actually do have to put something in its place. And so to me, that's the forward movement, is thinking about what comes next. And just for us, when I was talking about understanding our risk tolerance previously, we started playing out scenarios, right? So that we knew, do not want to be sued, but what happens if we are? Right? Do not want to be doxxed, but what happens that we can protect our team and protect reputation to the degree that we can. So even in that, so that we could confidently continue to move our work forward and maintain the words racial equity in our mission, that's the work that we had to do on the front end to protect the organization, protect the people, and quite frankly, protect that mission, because it is crucial for us, particularly in the space of women's health.
All right, I think you're really leading me into my last question, but we have 5 minutes left. I'm not taking anybody's mic, but we got to kind of stay on time. Melissa, I'm going to come back over to you. What resources, if people are looking for resources to secure funding, to connect with funders in the back half of this year, what would you suggest?
So I think I'm going to deviate a little bit from that question, and I would say not just founders, but the Black community. If you think about, I think we just lost the last survivor of Tulsa. And I think that while we all have the privilege right now to walk around and do what we want, I think we need to start acting as if those were the times and all we had was each other. And so when you say, what should we should be investing in Black founders, we should be investing in Black funds, we should be investing in Black women-led organizations, we should be investing in Black health organizations, we should be investing in HBCUs. And what that doesn't mean that we don't still get to critique, but we can no longer critique without capitalization, because then we're doing ourselves a disservice. So I think there are lots of solutions. They start with self and your ability or inability to look in the mirror and say, have I done everything I can to preserve myself and my people? And if you have not done that, whether it's a $5 check, whether it's buying a ticket to the WNBA game, whether it's a $5,000 check to save a health organization, but I think we have to realize that no one is coming to save us. It is on us, and everybody in this room, whether you got $5, $5,000, or $5 million, needs to decide explicitly to invest in the Black community now.
You said it's no fun being sued. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. What can you do to mitigate your risk of litigation?
I think some people like it. No. To mitigate your risk, I think what you can do is, depending on the type of organization you are, is do a risk analysis and do scenario planning. Lots of organizations are doing that. It's crisis management. What is our most risky thing that we're doing, and what is our risk tolerance, and how will our funders react if we're sued? Which side are they going to be on? Do we get federal money? Because that's a whole different can of worms. What's our replacement for that federal money if it goes away? So I think you really need to be detail-oriented and thoughtful, as all of you are, as you're thinking about these issues. And the other thing I would say is there are really good resources just letting you know what's going on. I'm happy to share, but we have a free newsletter that does updates every other week on what are the changes in the law in this area. And I think that's really important, so you can, because knowledge just helps you understand where do you operate? What state matters? Is the state AG Republican or Democratic? Because they regulate lots of nonprofits. So it's very important to understand the legal landscape at this particular time. But I am confident that we will prevail, because there is no option.
You gave us a pretty sobering message about the situation of health. No, it was needed. I think we all needed to hear that. Very specifically, what health organizations, whether they're public or private, are most important for our community, and what are the ones that we need to invest in, protect, et cetera?
Okay, so I got like 30 seconds here. One thing I want to say is that we need a vision for our future.
Our health future, or just overall?
Overall. What is it that we are working towards? Because there's a lot of activity that's happening right now, but it's not well organized, and it's not sort of working in purpose of like our vision for the future. Where is our Project 2050? How do we organize? Because it also helps us play more strategic defense so that we know what to protect and what we need to build. We aren't going back, so what is our vision for the future and how we move forward? Particularly when we think about health, this bill is going to hurt our hospitals. There are going to be hospitals, community health centers that are going to be closing doors. So how do we make sure that people still have access to services? Attacks on the DEI, we've already talked about our health workforce. How are we training our future workforce, not just the doctors, the nurses, the long-term caregivers, and others that we have, as well as the mental health providers that we need, are some of the things that are really important. And we've heard earlier from Nadine, public health, public health, public health. So much of what happens in our health system is happening outside of the four walls of a hospital or a clinic, but if you don't have clean water, clean air, and clean communities, you can't be healthy. So these are things that we need to invest in a lot more. We have decimated our public health system, and we are going to see more challenges with our hospital, but we can make it better. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. All right, we have time for one last one. One of your areas of focus is impact investing. If people have, what is it, $5,000, $5 million, $5, whichever one it is, where can you invest to make a real impact right now?
Just keep asking. I can't name a specific organization, but what I can say is one of the things you can do right now, actually, and I alluded to it before with donor advised funds, is to actually start aggregating resources that way, so that you're setting it aside, and then you can actually be very strategic and intentional with the way that you decide to move those resources as well. And so there are folks that can help you to understand, how do I do this so it's not just to nonprofits, but thinking about other ways of being creative with capital. But that's something that I would actually suggest folks do. If you don't know what to do, put it somewhere where you're starting to aggregate it while you're doing the learning, and then you know how to activate it strategically.
All right. Big round of applause for this uniquely beautiful group of ladies that do not look alike in any way, shape, or form.
And such a handsome gentleman, yes.
Welcome back. Your host, Alencia Johnson.
How we doing? I know we're getting to the end of today, but y'all have been here looking good. Frank took my job because he was introducing in the last panel, but I'm back. We have 2 more panels before we close out today, and I know a lot of us are very informed, and we've been paying attention to the evil that has been happening in Washington, D.C. today. And so these next 2 panels are going to tie in everything that is happening politically, but also a lot of the things that you heard about today on this stage. So I would like us to talk about the false narrative that business and labor cannot coexist. We actually need them both. And there's no one better to have this conversation with our fearless leader, Alphonso David, than the one and only April Verrett, who is the international president of SEIU, and the first Black woman to do so. So give it up for April and Alphonso.
What up? How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I am. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I think at this moment, a lot of people are processing what is happening in this country, and today was a major vote in Washington, as we all know. There will be collateral consequences as a result of this legislation. But before we get into the details of that, you are one of the most powerful women in this country.
That's what y'all be telling me.
Oh, you, because we need to keep you there. You run one of the largest unions in the United States. You represent thousands and thousands and thousands of people. What I want to start with, because we are at a business summit, and when we talked about the importance of this conversation, I said to you, let's start with the misperception that people have about labor leaders and whether there can be or should be a relationship between labor and business. You have the floor.
There must be a relationship between business and labor. There absolutely must be. I fully, wholeheartedly believe that we get the results, the legislative results we got today, when business and labor are pitted against one another. When we allow forces that don't see the value in most of us, that want power and wealth concentrated with a very, very small group of people, you get the erosion of our democracy, of our rights, more economic inequality than we've ever seen. You get what we got today, which is the destruction of a healthcare system, not just for the 18 million people that'll lose their insurance because of the cuts, or just the 5 million children that'll go hungry because of the cuts, but a sweeping piece of legislation that will see premium increases for every single person in this room, that will see every single municipal and state and county budget in this country impacted because of the cuts that they had today. I don't think that's American. I don't think that's democratic. I don't think it's good business.
But fine. So let's just assume we accept that narrative, we accept that argument. I'm a business leader watching on LinkedIn right now, or I'm watching on YouTube, and I am able to control my company. And when you talk to me about collective bargaining, and you talk to me about unionization, what does that say to me in terms of power, in terms of control? And why should I accept or embrace or participate with a group of people who want to unionize, when in fact I'm going to lose control of my company? So help explain to a business leader who may be terrified about the idea of collective bargaining why there is benefit to management as well as labor.
I am pro-worker for sure, but I am not anti-business. I am not anti-profit. I am pro-shared prosperity. A share in the prosperity that workers help create. I don't think that's too much for anyone to ask for. And yeah, it is about sharing power, but it's sharing power to increase the bottom line so that everyone can have a greater share of it. Data shows that when workers have a seat at the table, they can help businesses perform better. They can increase the bottom line. And I think that when you have a workforce that you invest in, that you share a good piece of the pie with, everybody is happier, right? And happier, more fulfilled workers, more sustained workers who want to stick around, that's just good business. That's better for everyone. So yeah, we may have to share a little bit of power, but it's sharing power for the greater good.
And so this is not just for large companies. Let's talk about entrepreneurs. You have venture capitalists here. You have investors. You have founders. You have folks that are thinking about creating their own businesses. And when you think about creating a business, of course, when you get a 50 employees or 100 employees or maybe 200 employees, maybe unionization becomes an issue. Talk about the benefits that labor brings, not only for large businesses, but also for small businesses.
So your words, not mine. Mm-hmm. I'm one of the most powerful women in the country. And so when you have relationship with organizations like mine, you have access to power. You have access to the relationships that I have. And so when I go to a governor's office, not the Oval Office so much anymore, but we can go together. Right? When I sit down at the Democracy Alliance or I'm on the board or other places where there's access to capital, we go together, right? And so this is about not just sharing power, but sharing relationship.
Okay, fine. Okay, we can share relationships, but when you get into that negotiating room how do you make sure that the interests are aligned? Because if my interests are about generating as much revenue as possible, pushing innovation as much as possible, is that your interest as well, or is it different?
My interest is in workers living better. My interest is in increasing, is ending poverty wages, right? This isn't about conflict. This is about correction. This is about correcting the largest wealth gap that we've seen, and not just the wealth of, poor people and middle-class people. I'm talking about the wealth gap of the oligarchs and the wealthiest from the rest of us. It's out of control. And so how are we creating more wealth in ending poverty wages? And I think that's possible if businesses, if entrepreneurs have different relationships with workers. Right? How do we see ourselves about who are we really aligned with, right? Because we're not aligned with them. We are aligned with one another. And that's the myth that we have to dispel. And when we work together, it's about us really getting our shared piece of the pie from the wealth that's concentrated in the hands of far too few.
What does that look like to you? What does real equity look like to you?
I think real equity begins when a home care worker who today in this state makes probably $7.50, $8 an hour can see what is the fastest growing job in this country, right? A few panels ago, we talked about how we're going to have a crisis in the healthcare workforce. The fastest growing job in this country is a home care worker, someone who's going to take care of seniors and people with disabilities. We're going to need tens of millions more of them in the next 10 years. Tens of millions of more jobs that are today poverty wage jobs. Imagine if those tens of millions of jobs are family sustaining jobs, where that single mom or single dad can own a home, can send their children to college, can invest in the stock market. You begin to change community. We begin to change what the outcomes are like for those children. That's real equity, right? Taking people that are today living and working in poverty and creating a new middle class that is centered on us, the way we did with public sector jobs in the 50s and 60s, right? What's the next way we build wealth in our community?
What do you say to folks who say, I appreciate, April, that you are running a labor organization, but I'm focused on racial justice. I'm focused on achieving equality for people of color. And you are a labor organizer, you're a labor leader, but there is a difference between racial justice and the work in the labor movement. What do you say to people who think or approach this question in that way?
Well, do you see me?
You're the first, right? To be fair, you're the first woman of color to run the SEIU.
I am, and the real flex is going to be making sure I'm not the last. But the reality is, I'm sorry, I got caught up in my own damn head.
We'll start again. April Varad is one of the most powerful, is not the most powerful labor leader in the United States. Come on. Okay. So what do you say to someone who's watching and say, look, I understand that. No one in my family has ever worked for a union. I do know about the fact that I'm making X amount of dollars a year, and I'm focused on racial justice. This is not about labor or non-labor. This is about racial justice. What's the case for someone who may not necessarily be that supportive or informed about the labor movement and why it's important to racial justice?
So I'm a Black woman, right? And first, I'm a labor leader second. I am a power builder first.
Powerful woman.
A powerful woman that is about building power for others. But the reality is that racial justice and economic justice are inextricably linked. We are in the heart of the American South. I've been here since Sunday because we brought 600 of our members from across the country to do a tour here in Louisiana of the heart of the ICE detention infrastructure. It's here in the state of Louisiana, 8 facilities. And you can't miss that the very same place, part of the country that is bred with the blood of our ancestors, is where the most dangerous, destructive evil is being played out in our country, the ripping apart of families. And so it is a through line from the time that our ancestors was brought to these shores to the shit show, in Washington, D.C. today. And it is economic exploitation built on a fallacy of white supremacy and anti-blackness. It is the very same evil, it is the very same corporate greed, it is the very same systemic poverty, systemic and structural racism that existed in 1619 that exists today. And so my job as a labor leader is to call that out and to get all of us to do something about it.
Okay, I see you. Let's talk a little bit about the informal economy, what they call the gig economy. There are hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, if you will, because the data isn't, we're not quite sure, but who are not working for an employer. They are not what we call a W-2 employee. They are a 1099, a contractor, if you will. What is labor's role in supporting the gig economy? Do you see labor being in that space, and how?
Labor is in that space. Today we have campaigns in Massachusetts, Illinois, California, Minnesota to organize rideshare drivers. It is labor's role to stop telling workers what's best for them and to listen to workers tell us what they want. And workers are telling us that I don't want to work like my mama and my daddy worked. I don't want to work like my grandparents work. I'm not going to go get a job at 18 and stay there until I retire at 65. And part of that is that I don't want to be a W-2 employee. I want to have agency. I want to make my own choices. But they deserve a union too. And so we have to change inside of the House of Labor to accommodate today's workers and future workers about what they want. And so I like to say I'm about building a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, swaggier labor movement that is built and designed for 21st and 22nd century workers in a 21st and 22nd century economy.
What do you see? Yes. What do you see as your biggest challenge right now, in this moment, running SEIU? What is your biggest challenge?
There's a lot of them, but what I want this audience to hear is that our biggest challenge is not seeing our worth and the worth of those around us. When my union started the Fight for 15, centered around fast food workers, people that look like us were saying, well, you don't deserve $15 an hour for flipping a burger. Well, why not? When corporations are making billions of dollars off those burger flippers, and folks are flipping burgers for these wealthy corporations trying to raise their families, why don't they deserve $15 an hour? And who are we to tell them what their worth and dignity is? And so let us see the value and the dignity that exists in each and every one of us, and hold together that all work has dignity and should be rewarded and valued.
What do you see as the greatest opportunity in this role, in this moment? A lot of people are confused, disoriented, concerned about what the future looks like. And as you may have heard us talk about this morning, the Global Black Economic Forum is really about reimagining what a future could look like that's prosperous, that's inclusive. What do you see as, in your seat that you sit in, what do you see as the greatest opportunity that we're not seeing? Where is the white space that we're missing?
Yeah, look, what is being played out today and has been since November is really shameful, and it's scary. And it's someone said it is this distractions that is not letting us see the destruction. But I'm in awe, quite frankly, because they've had a strategy, they've rolled it out, and they've just relentless and ruthless. So it showed me that we too can be relentless and ruthless, not for chaos and destruction, but for good, and that's centered on love and it's centered on justice. And so I think there is a space to come into the space just like they have and blow some stuff up, because it don't work any damn way. So I'm all about blowing it up and putting it back together, and if I can paraphrase Langston Hughes, to create the America that has never been but yet must be. Right? And so I think we have an opportunity to together build a vision for the future that we really want, that centers those who have been the furthest away from the center of concern, those of us without power. Like, how do we center us and make sure the future is one where we can all thrive and have some joy, right? Have some joy.
Now, you have been in the labor movement for a long time. You've had the opportunity to interface with people in so many different sectors. What has been the most powerful message that you've received from a SEIU member that a business leader should hear? Because I think all too often, I've run large companies. I've been in the not-for-profit space. I've been in government. And you are having those direct conversations with people about being a part of a construct, being a part of an institution, being a part of a family. And sometimes those messages are disconnected from the people that are running the companies. So are there messages that you think are important for business leaders to hear that have shown up on your desk?
Yeah. I think about the nursing home worker. Again, nursing home, like elder care, those spaces are booming. Venture capitalists are all over them, right? Because they know that that's where the money is. But I think about folks who, like Miss Edna in Chicago, where I'm from, who worked at a nursing home facility on the north side of Chicago for over 50 years. And she would talk about caring for people and what she no longer had the time to do, and how worse the outcomes were for those residents than they were 50 years ago when she had the time to hold a hand or to make sure someone was fed. And I think about how better not just the care would be, but the outcomes would be and the business would be if the folks just took the time to talk to the folks doing the work. And that is the value in workers. And the people with the real experience, they get overlooked, right? This woman who didn't have a high school education wasn't seen as someone who can make someone's business run better. And so I think taking the time to actually listen to workers and what they know to be true.
What if I'm sitting at my desk and I'm saying, April, I appreciate that, but most of these jobs are going to be gone in 10 years. Artificial intelligence is going to do away with the labor force as we know it. Why should I think about investing and supporting labor when labor as we know it today will be very different in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? What's your message to them?
Well, people are people, and we gonna be somewhere, right? I often think about that, like when generative AI and these humanoids and robots and all of this come allegedly to take over. Where are the people going to be? We're still going to be somewhere. We are still going to need food and shelter and connection. And so humans, let's not forget about humankind. And let humankind, let people, let workers be a part of the conversation about innovation and technology. Because hell, they want their jobs to be easier. They can say, hey, I can see how these tools can help me. But let's not leave people behind and out of the conversation, because people are still going to be here.
And we're about to close. I want to give you a few minutes to talk about the bill that just passed and what you envision doing moving forward as a labor leader. What is the path forward look like? What we pride ourselves at the Global Black Economic Forum is to really think about solutions. We can talk about all of the problems that we confront, but what are the solutions? What are the pathways to creating a new paradigm? So you may not have had enough time, I know the bill just passed about an hour and a half ago. to think about what do you think that new pathway is? Because this is now going to be a piece of legislation that will become law. And we will have to think about how to interface with it, how to modify our practices with it. What does that look like for you?
So I haven't had a lot of time to process, and there are two things that come immediately to mind. What happens in states, and how do we work with states and with entities and states, not just state government, but civil society, to on a state level try to figure out how we mitigate harm. How do we hold our people together? How do we make sure community still has resources to survive over the next however many years until we can right this wrong? So that's number one. And number two, there has to be consequences. Elections have consequences, but bad votes have to have consequences. And so I don't want to get too political, but we have to not let people forget today and draw the connection between today, what happened today to the outcomes that are surely going to come in our communities and how we choose to take action come 2026.
So April, I want to just end on the global piece, because you are the head of the Service Employees International Union. Talk to us a little bit about the work that you're doing globally and how it distinguishes or is different from the work that you're doing in the United States.
Well, first of all, our Canadian leaders and members are like, y'all really crazy down there. But I've been invited to go to Ghana later this year, and hopefully I can still travel there, because y'all, they crazy. But this is it's a movement. So some of you may have heard, but one of our local leaders, David Huerta, who's the president of a local in California, was arrested for exercising his First Amendment rights just a couple of weeks ago. We got over 150 unions across the globe to show support about David Huerta. The world is watching what is happening in this country. And there are folks who want to partner with us and be real allies, both on the continent, in the Caribbean, in Central and South America, people who look like us, who want to help American workers build power to withstand this moment. And I am incredibly energized by that, because the African diaspora, as we've just heard, is rich and is powerful, and we need not forget we are not on this planet alone.
April Varrett, President of the Service Employee International Union. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your advocacy. And thank you for being one of the most powerful women in the United States and on the planet.
Thank you, my friend.
welcome back your host, Alencia Johnson.
How we doing? I know it's the end of the day. How we doing? Y'all been at the bar. That's what's happening. Well, look, we are at our last panel. First of all, thank you, April Verrett and Alfonso, for such a dynamic conversation. And we are at our last panel where we're going to talk about the future of democracy, tying all of this together, and then we will have a reception. And so I would love to welcome the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, to the stage. I was about to say, I know y'all seen him on TV, giving someone that work, okay? And also the former ambassador under President Obama, Ron Kirk, who is also the former Dallas mayor. And you've seen our moderator a little bit earlier today, Miss Ashley Etienne.
The people love you. The people love you. Okay, listen, this is now my wheelhouse. So I'm feeling really comfortable in this conversation. As you both know, and I'll tell the audience, I've had the distinct privilege and honor of running communications for the two most powerful women in American politics, Vice President Kamala Harris and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and worked in the Obama White House and learned a lot. And I just want to start by saying, learned a lot about power, about what it means to lead, about the sacrifices that both of you make. So I just want to start by saying that I appreciate your commitment to public service and all the sacrifices you and your family and everybody around you have made for you to represent our nation and represent our people and our community well. So if you guys don't mind, can you give them another round of applause for their commitment to service? It is probably one of the least appreciated jobs one could have in this current environment, but one of the most important jobs that one could have. So if you don't mind, let's get right into it. Okay, great. So as America approaches a crossroad, the question of who we are and who we want to be has never been more urgent. In this moment, marked by polarism, disinformation, and decline in trust of institutions, we want to explore the bold ideas that shape the next era of civic life, governance, and leadership with the two of you. So I'd love to start with what just happened today, if you don't mind. As you all know, both chambers of Congress have passed what is being deemed the president's mega bill, the tax cut bill, which will be devastating to communities here in Louisiana, all over the nation. I'd love to get a sense from you of what's really happening right now in Washington, if you don't mind. I think so many of us are feeling unsure, there's no clarity, it feels like the world is upside down, feel like there's a lack of leadership. Governor, you've spoken about this very eloquently, the need for Democrats and people to lean in, that the people have the actual power in this moment. So I'd love for you to give a little perspective on what just happened in Washington now, and what do you see as the greatest challenges for the Democratic Party following today, or even opportunity after today? Because I see it as kind of a great opportunity in many ways. So Governor, I would love to start with you if you don't mind.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and great to see everybody here. And thank you for your service. You know, you're aggrandizing people who get elected to public office, but just to be clear, it's many people who serve in senior roles and staff who really make us successful. And I feel that about my own staff, and I know that's true about you and the people that you've worked for. There's a reason why those two women are the two most powerful women in politics today, and it's because people like you went to work for them and made them great.
Thank you.
I'm thinking about, I have a smile on my face thinking about you and thinking about those two great women. But I have to say I've been more than perturbed about what has been happening in our country, and specifically what happened today. Think about how people feel. Well, here in Louisiana, where 40% of people in Speaker Mike Johnson's district are Medicaid recipients and won't be after this bill goes into effect, many of them. people are going to lose their health care. They're going to lose more than just, the ability to go see a doctor. They're going to lose life-saving drugs. They're going to lose life-saving treatments. People are going to die as a result of what happened in Washington today. Every Republican voted for this thing, and every Democrat voted against it. And anybody who believes that we ought to have universal health care, or if you just believe that we ought to do the best we can for the most vulnerable people in our society, you can't help but take note that there's one party that's standing up for people's ability to survive and thrive, and another party that's trying to take those things away. And why are they doing it? They're doing it to give a massive tax cut to the wealthiest people in the country. I don't know how they go back to their districts and look people in the eye and explain what they did, because you're handing money to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and taking money away, truly taking money away, and food assistance and health care from people who just need a helping hand, just a little bit of a hand up. And so it's quite disturbing. I think that I believe that the American public sees through it. If you look at all the polls, I don't know, again, why the Republicans, I think they're afraid of Donald Trump, and that's why they voted for it. But the American public, I think, sees through this. Look at the polls. This bill is highly unpopular. And for those of us who think it ought to be reversed, we're going to have to make sure that people understand and connect that what happened today is the Republican Party's platform. That is what they're about. Take away from, it's reverse Robin Hood. It's take away from the poorest, most vulnerable people and give it to the wealthy.
And it seems like the pressure is now going to be on these governors to close the gap where the federal government has stepped out, because it's not just this bill, but it's even the shrinking of government and services that we rely on. And it seems like there's going to be more pressure on the governors. Do you feel that? Do you agree with that?
I 100% agree there's a lot of pressure in the states. I will also tell you that there's no chance that any governor, I don't care what state you're a governor of, and I can tell you about Illinois, that when they take away $7 billion in health care, where we were providing 700, that's the match, 10%, for the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. When they take away $7 billion, we don't have $7 billion to put back into the system to make up for it. There's no chance we could do that. And so now the question is, how do we save our hospitals? Because it's hospitals that are going to close. That's the first thing you're going to see. Hospitals close. Well, the first thing you're going to see is people losing their health care and dying. The second thing you're going to see is, in Illinois, we estimate that potentially somewhere between 5 and 9 hospitals will close, and many of them in rural areas. So you're already driving, let's say, an hour or an hour and a half to get to a hospital. Now you've got to possibly drive 2.5 hours. If you need emergency care, there's no life flight that can get to you fast enough. There's no way for you to get the care that you need. So we're basically taking ourselves back into the 19th century for many people. And again, it's because of Donald Trump and his policies to basically hand that money over to the wealthiest people in the country.
So, Mr. Mayor, the impact of this bill will have an incredible rippling effect. I think about people like me that are caregivers for our parents. So if my father can't be on Medicaid, then that puts more pressure on me to close the gap economically in terms of his finances. You've served as mayor. Tell me the wisdom in legislating against your own constituents. Like, that's the part I can't really wrap my head around. It feels like to me the dirty little secret in politics is the states that are the least educated and the poorest states in the union are red states. And you have someone like the speaker is double downing on that. This bill is double downing on that. Tell me what do you think the wisdom in that is? I mean, you've served as a mayor.
Well, I want to say I agree with everything the governor said, and I'm not going to try to give you a wisdom for that. But I would make this observation. You were saying that there's no clarity in Washington, no leadership. Yes, there is. And to me, there's a lot of clarity and a lot of leadership. And they've told you what they were going to do.
Okay.
And what I've heard from friends over and over again, I can't believe this happened. I was like, now you can tell me you're disappointed.
Okay.
you cannot tell me you're surprised. Because I don't blame Donald Trump.
Amen to that, right.
Because Donald Trump told you who he was. He told you what he wanted to do. He told you what his priorities were. They told you they were going to attack women's basic reproductive rights. They were going to attack access to the ballot. They were going to throw people out of this country. And I think part of what we are seeing is a lot of Americans who, for whatever reason, created a fiction or got comfortable in a world that, well, they're only going to do Haitians.
Totally. Yeah.
You know, they're not going to come after us.
They were living in an alternate universe.
And when they're doing DEI, you know, they're just talking about black folk. They ain't talking about women. And they're not going to deport my people. And so a little bit of what we're seeing is, in order to confront the ugliness of what we're seeing, is we have to look in the mirror. Because in my experience, having been privileged to not only serve as a mayor of a major city, but the unique experience of representing the United States around the world as U.S. trade representative under President Obama, is the first time Donald Trump was elected. We accepted that as the exception to the 250-year rule of trying to perfect this union.
Right.
The second time he was elected, I don't get calls, and maybe Governor, from my former colleagues saying, what's up with you? They're asking, what's up with America now? What is it about you that people so willingly took actions that voted against their interests? And I think to some degree, we all took for granted the comfort, the balance that we could vote for a certain party, but know that we had a Nancy Pelosi that would protect women's reproductive rights. We had a Barack Obama that wouldn't let him go too far. But what we're getting is a lesson of what happens when you give one party, one philosophy, all the tools of power. So don't be calling the governor and complaining to him when you've given them the White House, the Senate, the Congress, and to a large degree, the courts. And so we are going to have to make do, live with the reality of what this is. But as the governor and I was talking backstage, we do have to take a breath and look at this from a historical perspective. We have been through moments of pain before. Now, for a lot of young people, you haven't been through anything this extraordinary, but there is a way forward and there is a way back. And we have to learn from this, collectively act on our belief that we don't think it's radical that poor kids ought to have access to school lunches in the summer, that people ought not lose their jobs, their houses, their families over a lack of access to health care. Acting on our belief that we know we have become the unique country that we have because we've opened our doors to people from every faith, every creed around the world, and then try to rebuild those lessons, those coalitions that take us forward. But when somebody tells you what they believe and they hold the highest, most powerful office in the world, maybe you should believe. You know, the first time there was a saying that progressive took Trump literally, but not seriously, but not literally.
Yeah.
Well, you better take them both.
So I appreciate what you said, Mr. Mayor. But if I had to guess, I mean, I think this is a fair statement. No one in this room probably voted for Donald Trump. So I love to talk about.
I don't know. He didn't get there by accident.
Is it a bad assumption? It's a bad assumption. I mean, people are clapping. I don't know. I said I was making an assumption. Are y'all saying I'm making an ass of myself? The people are saying I'm making an ass of myself. The people are saying I'm making an ass of myself, okay? All right, okay, listen. Maybe a few of y'all. Maybe a few of y'all. Wait. No, listen, the governor said that you should raise your hand, but I feel like they're already pointing them out in the middle section right over here. Okay, all right, listen, I made an assumption. I made a little bit of an ass of myself. So some of y'all voted for him, but let's say the plurality did not, okay? Okay, so here we go. Let's stay focused, okay? Because we only have these two gentlemen for a little moment in time. But Mr. Mayor, you made a good point, which is that we have to learn the lessons. So, Mr. Governor, I'd love for you to weigh in on what do you think are the lessons in this moment? What do you think are the big lessons that came out of November, those themes that came out of November? And both of you are Democrats. So I'd love for you to really speak more specifically to the Democratic Party and, again, what were the lessons that came out for the party coming out of November and just sort of how you see things right now. I mean, you've said some really incredible things. I mean, on the stump recently, your speeches that you've been given in Illinois are incredibly powerful. I mean, you've with clarity and purpose, your words. I just love for you to just impart sort of what you think are the lessons coming out of November and how we should be moving forward as a Democratic Party.
I first want to disagree with His Excellency. He is an ambassador, after all, in addition to being a former mayor. I want to disagree with you just about one thing, which is I actually don't think he told you who he is. He told you he was not going to cut Medicaid. Yeah.
Repeatedly, yes.
Repeatedly. He told you that, well, he wanted to give the states the ability to make decisions about whether they were going to allow you to get an abortion, have your reproductive rights. And the Supreme Court did that. And then he took office pretending that that's all he was going to do. And now he's cutting Planned Parenthood funding. He's actually disallowing other funding for other things if you're allowing abortions in your state. So he lied. I mean, he lied. And so one of the lessons,
somebody didn't vote for Trump out there.
Now look, the mayor and me wants to go. This is the Global Black Economic Forum, not the Global Black Messianic First Baptist Church of Christ.
No, listen, the people need to go to church,
we appreciate the... So I'm just saying...
Amen. Amen.
Hold on. Just hold up a little bit. Just
the people need a little church these days.
This is where I chime in and say, preach. Actually, we're going to have to be a little messianic about this. The fact is that this plays into my answer to your question, which is, one thing we need to stop doing, and I know you want me to look backward and tell you what I think we did wrong.
Sure.
But we got to stop arguing about how, what are the major changes in the Democratic Party's philosophy that we all need to contemplate here. I don't know about you, but there are some basic fundamental things about being a Democrat. It's why I'm a Democrat, okay? Let's start with, we're the party of the Voting Rights Act. We're the party of the Civil Rights Act. We're the party that created Medicaid. We're the party that created Medicare. We're the party that created Social Security. Guess what the Republicans are doing right now? Tearing it all down. They're taking away your civil rights, your voting rights, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all those things. Look, we can have disagreements about future forward kind of policies. What are we going to do about artificial intelligence and how that's going to impact jobs in the workplace? We're going to have to talk about that and figure that out because it's probably going to put people out of work. So that's one thing, but those are things we'll work on. Right now, everything you care about, everything I care about is under siege by this Congress. And in 2026, if we don't get a majority in at least the House of Representatives, and we're only 5 votes away, if we don't get at least a majority, we're done. I mean, this country, I am not sure that in 2028 that we're going to have a fair election. And a lot will have been torn apart. And I think we all have to be prepared. Listen, Medicaid's being torn apart. We all have to, and you're going to see a lot more over the next year and a half. So the question is, what are we going to do to rebuild it? Okay. They had a Project 2025. Oh, that's another thing. Donald Trump said, oh, no, that's not my plan. They're doing exactly Project 2025. So we're going to have our own plan for 2029. But if you really want just a short version of what I think we did wrong, here's what I will tell you. I think we had a lot going against us in this last election. We just did. I have a lot of respect for Joe Biden. If he didn't want to run for re-election, he should have said that in 2023. But I do genuinely have a lot of respect for him, and he did do a lot of things that I think are good for this country, and he'll be remembered in history for having done some of those things. But we had our party's nominee essentially step aside. With 108 days, the vice president took over and was in a bind, right? It's hard to criticize Joe Biden because he chose her to be the vice president, and he was right to do that. But it's hard for her to criticize Joe Biden. But Joe Biden was somebody that, if you wanted to win in 2024, you probably needed to acknowledge there were things that he did wrong. And then, the last thing I'll say is, so 108 days to get a message out there. And what really bothers me is that the fundamental things that I think matter to people in this country that we're all talking about now because we understand that we missed it, affordability. I mean, genuinely, if there is one thing that was not talked about enough was affordability. So I'll just give you the one thing I'll tell you that you never heard once in the 2024 election and we should be hearing about. And that's this. $7.25 is the minimum wage in this country. $7.20, that's $14,000 a year if you work full time. $14,000 a year. It used to be that we would say, well, maybe one person could live on that, but you can't raise a family on that. One person can't live on $14,000, right? So we Democrats, if you ask every Democrat in Congress, they will tell you they are for raising the minimum wage. You never heard the nominee or the party saying anything about raising the minimum wage in the last election. It's very popular. $7.25 is not enough. We can all argue about what the number should be, but it's not $7.25, it's a lot more. If you ask every Republican what they believe, they don't want to raise the minimum wage, not a single one of them. And about 30 or 40% of the people, and we're talking about people elected to Congress, 30 or 40% of them think we shouldn't have a minimum wage at all. Now, if you put that in front of the American public, we would win. And that's just one of about 5 or 6 really important things, like, am I getting a wage that makes sense, for the work that I'm doing? Am I able to raise a family on that wage? Am I able to get health care? The basic things the Democratic Party stands for. We gave up on health care. Where was our health care policy? Right? Obamacare passed. Terrific. It was a great advancement. Well, nothing's happened since then. And insurance companies are taking advantage of you. Pharmacy benefit managers are taking advantage of you. We've dealt with that in my state, but I'm one state. We have to do this nationwide. Emergency mental health care. Emergency mental health care. Your child, I have a friend whose child tried to commit suicide. And in the middle of the night, he's in the ambulance with her, taking her to the hospital. And he realized they're not going to check her in unless his insurance company gives him prior authorization. So he's on the phone in the ambulance, and they're denying him coverage. He's got his daughter on the gurney next to him. He happened to know the president of the hospital and called him up and said, I will cover the bills. I'm going to get the insurance company to cover it, or I'll cover it myself. Please let us check in. And they did. But what is that? 0.1% of the American public that could do that? Right? And 99.9% of the American public can't do that. So we passed a bill in Illinois that says that if you have emergency mental health care, they cannot deny you coverage for the first 72 hours while you're getting evaluated and taken care of. So I'm just saying health care, affordability, these are things that Democrats
back to the basics.
To talk about.
Yeah, I think it feels like back to the basics for Democrats. Mr. Mayor, the New York Times did an assessment of what happened in November. And one statistic struck me, and it was that we seem to be a little delusional in the Democratic Party. When we actually think that we're winning, we're actually losing. And what I mean by that is they found a statistic that we've been bleeding support among our base since 2012 in record numbers. That's brown, black, women, youth voters, et cetera. they attributed to a number of factors, but one of them was this waning trust in government. I'm curious, from your vantage point, what do you see as the biggest contributor to the erosion of confidence in elected officials, political parties, institutions, et cetera? And then how do we rebuild that trust and confidence in us to get the job done that the governor's talking about?
Thank you for giving me the easy one.
I wanted us to take a deep breath. Yeah.
It's a longer answer, but I would say this. From the perspective of having been privileged to travel around the world and represent us, we don't realize how much better lives we lead in this country still. As imperfect as we are, particularly to a lot of countries in the developed, emerging world, and that the world still looks at the United States of America as a place they would give anything to give their kids a chance to get here because of three things. We have public education, we have free and open elections, arguably, you have the ability to determine your destiny. And we now have advanced enough as a country that we have the privilege, the luxury of taking that for granted. And so you have a generations of Americans, and the governor was kind enough to mention the Voting Rights Act. Well, I think I'm probably the oldest one on stage. I turned 71 on Friday. So I was born in 1954. I was born into Jim Crow. I had the vantage point of knowing that my parents couldn't vote when I was born, knowing my parents couldn't pursue dreams because of their race and color, but also knowing the difference it made to have a president in Kennedy and Johnson that believed in a basic proposition: America will be better when everybody gets to play, period. And so I think as that has been taken for granted, then we can sit around and have these debates and have young people tell us it ain't no difference between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, or it doesn't matter what. Well, now I'm saying we done effed around and about to find out.
We are finding out.
And I say it's a painful lesson to learn. But the flip side of that is that if you can step back and take that historical view, we can also get out of this. And don't believe that the problems that we are seeing now are permanent. This is a moment. If you could be indifferent, you can get different. You can make a decision to vote. And no matter how many times you hear somebody in the White House said, oh, I won by a landslide, or the Democrats have lost that. We, for the most part, lost because of the indifference of Democratic voters. Donald Trump got no more votes in this election than he got in 2020. So the difference was our indifference. Now the question is, how do we speak to that?
Right.
And even though we went through an exercise of, and this shouldn't be a partisan discussion of who voted for Trump and not, we've got to find a way to talk to those people. Because what the governor said is the one undeniable truth. Most of this election, even though I don't agree with, was rooted in a little bit of economic anxiety, and then them blaming that economic anxiety on migrants, on women, on DEI, and all of that. But it was people's basic fear and worry, where are my kids gonna get a job? And we are at an inflection point as a country that for the most part, my generation, I would say generationally, the baby boomers and others are worried that we are the last generation that can confidently look at our kids and say, you're gonna have it better than I am. And a lot of our kids don't believe that. So that creates this underlying economic anxiety that I don't think our party has really embraced and spoken to. And you heard that a little bit before. And I'm proud to be a Democrat, but we will beat you to death with our moral superiority.
And intellectual superiority.
And we will lecture you about, all those things I hold dear when all people want to know is, how am I going to get this kid off my couch and out of my living room and make sure they don't come back home when they get a job? And if we can speak to that reality, and we now have, as the governor said and painted, a real clear line between what the other party does. We don't want to hear about what they say. because we are now the party of faith. We're the party of opportunity. We are the true patriots in this country, and we shouldn't shrink back from that.
Amen. Mr. Governor, you made a point, which is 100% right, that Donald Trump lied in this last election. I remember I was running the opposition for Pelosi in Trump 1.0, and I remember when Kellyanne Conway said, basically, the truth is subjective.
Alternative facts.
Yeah, and then they also introduced alternative facts. And I knew at that moment, we're in for it. Like, this is about to be a hard battle. Have you ever tried to win an argument with a liar? I mean, it's impossible, right? And so you've got this, what we've never seen before, a leader in our nation lying to this extent. You've got an entire party that's perpetuating those lies and apologizing for those lies. And then you layer on top of it with massive amounts of disinformation, domestic, foreign disinformation showing up in our feeds, on the television, among our friends and family members. It's everywhere. It's consuming in our minds, and it's also becoming this corrosive factor. So I'm curious, what do you see is your role, or the role of state and local leaders play in confronting false narratives and defending democratic norms in this moment?
So there are a lot of lies that we all get confronted with every day, and you just turn on the news and there's somebody on there. And I don't mean the news anchors so much. I mean the guests, right, who will come on and they'll lie to you. And we saw, you want to know what corrodes democracy? It's Donald Trump. I mean, it is people who will come and lie to you and then do the exact opposite of what they tell you. And then nobody has any faith. But I will just say that the problem that governors faced and that I faced when I came into office and that I still face is when you say, and this is what Democrats need to focus on, in my view, when you say you're going to do something, try like hell to get it done. And in the trying, first of all, people get faith, and in the doing, they come to believe. And so I've been saying, we hosted the Democratic Convention in Chicago in 2024, and I was so proud of that. And I had some buttons made up, little pins that I handed out to everybody, and it said, "Democrats deliver." Because the thing that people need to grab onto is that we're actually delivering. You know why people have gotten cynical? It's because politicians will lie to, this is forever. Politicians will lie to you, they'll tell you things, and then they don't deliver on the things they lie. You didn't know they were lies till they don't deliver. We Democrats, and this is where governors come in, right? We actually have to deliver. People who vote in Congress and, vote on this bill and vote on that bill, they don't actually have to, all due respect, they don't have to deliver anything. They have to deliver enough votes, I guess, to get the thing passed. But governors, like every day, we confront a problem that we have to actually go do something about. And I get held accountable every day, every week, every year for whether I'm accomplishing the things that I'm telling people we're going to do. When I said we were going to go after the pharmacy benefit managers and lower your pharmaceutical costs, I had to go get enough votes, put the whole thing together. I gave a State of the State speech in which I highlighted it, and then we got it done. So I'm just saying, if we deliver, I think that is the biggest contrast to what Donald Trump and the Republicans in Congress are doing. They're delivering, but they're delivering a lie. They told you they were going to do one thing. Now they're doing something completely different. And we Democrats are going to have to, when we take over again, and we will, and I believe we will win in 2026, because I think at a minimum, whether we get our messaging and our strategy right, at a minimum, people are looking at what the Republicans did today, and they're going to say, I can't have any more of that. And so they're going to vote for us. But I'm not saying that's a strategy forever. It's just for 2026. I believe we can win. But we have to go deliver when we retake the Congress and then we retake the White House. No waiting around. We got to have an agenda that we're going to execute on and do it quickly and on behalf of working people and the most vulnerable people in our society.
Absolutely. So we only have about 30 more seconds. So I just really want to close out with the same question to both of you. And that is what, again, as I mentioned at the top of the conversation, people are feeling incredibly disaffected. The morale is low. People are feeling very skeptical of the system and how we get out of this, and unclear about what's next. What does this mean for our country? Will we have a democracy? Will we have elections? Will Trump run for a third term? I mean, there's all these questions that we don't have answers to that's creating a lot of anxiety. But putting that aside, like, what gives you hope in this moment for American democracy?
We are at Essence Fest for a reason. It is the greatest gathering of black women of power, of inspiration across all this. And as difficult as it is, black women have bailed this country out time and time and time and time again. And I know you're tired. And so, you know, I am from the South, and I'm an old country boy. That's why I don't call me a mayor, not an ambassador. We have a wonderful saying among my family that grew up on farms when you were in despair, thinking things wouldn't change. And they'd always just say, you know, just always remember, the sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every day. So, you know what? Take a moment, don't park by our pity, but you've saved us before. You can do it again. And we will, while we're here at Essence, we're going to have fun. We're going to speak to our spirit, but we're going to get our act together, and we're going to start planning, and we will do what we've always done, and you will lead us back to a different way. And in the meantime, you know, my new favorite sayings I saw on these T-shirts and mugs: stop worrying about people Harriet would have left behind. So.
But Governor, sisters are exhausted right now. I think we feel like we've been carrying this thing on our back for way too long, and you know what I mean, by ourselves. You know, and I sort of challenge us to think about, you know, we gave 92% to the party. What is the party giving us in return for that 92%? And that's what we have to start pressuring the party on. But all that aside, what gives you hope in this moment? Give the sisters some encouragement. Tell us what you're thinking.
Well, Ron gives me hope. I'm not kidding. Look, I think there is a lot to be concerned about in our country, but I think about historically the renewal that over and over again that we experience in this country. Things are better than they were 50 years ago. We may be sliding backward right now. But we will see an American renewal as a result, as a reaction to what's happening right now. And in part, it is because of black women. I mean, black women rescued Joe Biden. Black women, well, helped make Barack Obama. And
shout out to Michelle Obama.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not forget, and they're from Chicago, I might add. But, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that it is, there is a coming majority in this country that understands that the challenges of the past are what drive us to do better in the future. Mm-hmm. And I think everybody in this room would acknowledge that. My family emigrated to this country 150 years ago, escaping Russian massacres of Ukrainian Jews. My family arrived with absolutely nothing and managed to survive. By the way, it was public education that allowed my great-grandfather to get a job eventually, right? But he got a public education. There was a social service agency that gave him a place to live. He wouldn't have survived, would not have survived. And first, if he hadn't been let in, but second, and he came here at 9 years old. And it was, by the way, a hospital. He got pneumonia. I'm just going to tell a quick story. He got pneumonia when he was 9 years old, trying to sell Chicago Tribunes on a street corner in the middle of winter. Come to Chicago anyway, by the way. The winters are not that bad. But they're getting better.
Absolutely,
Maybe
they're
the
that
one
bad.
thing global warming is doing is making Chicago. Anyway,
Making Chicago more appealing.
it is. But it was a hospital. He had nothing. They took him to the hospital. They treated him anyway. He had nothing. And they had to burn his clothes because he had lice. He was sleeping in the sub-basement of the Chicago train station. And the doctor gave him $1 when he left and a new pair of clothes and said, go make something of yourself. And look, everybody should be given a chance in this country. And all of us who've seen the challenges of our history know that we've got to make sure that going forward, people are given a fair chance and that we're welcoming and that, but most importantly, that we treat people as equals and we treat people as human beings. And so I am optimistic because I know that humanity exists even in the reddest states, even in the reddest counties, and that humanity is inherent, I think, in all Americans, and we need to remind people about that. So that's my optimistic note.
And thank you, gentlemen. That was a really wonderful conversation, and I think we all learned something from it, and we're inspired by your words and your vision and by your leadership. So one more time, let's give one big round of applause to close out. Yes. We'll take a quick photo.
Yeah, they shouldn't turn the music off.
Thank you, thank you.
Alfonso, thank you to your leadership.
Thank you all for coming. This is the beginning of the Global Black Economic Forum's weekend. We have panels over the course of the weekend within the Essence Festival of Culture. Come and listen to Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who we are going to have on Saturday night, Saturday at 4 p.m. We also have Governor Wes Moore from Maryland, who is speaking on Sunday at 4 p.m. We have advocates, business leaders all over the country, all over the globe, in fact, that are going to be in the convention center over the course of the weekend.
And we want to give it up for yourselves, please, for being with us all day today, learning something new, making new connections, and going back to your home with some action steps. Please download the Essence 360 app for all of your festival conversations and to know what's going on. And after this, we'll just meet in the lobby and have a wonderful reception. And we'll see you next year.
Thanks again.